Okay, we should be live on YouTube. And I believe we're live on Facebook. Hello, anybody who might be seeing us. Let's see.
Did you want this sheet for the bag numbers, or do you want me to just use it and put it with my instructions?
Oh,
do you need it for now, and then you can hand it back to me?
Maybe.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. We're a little bit early just so that we can get some people logged on here for, so everybody knows that we're going live. So we're not officially going to start class until 1, but oh, look it. We're out here. Hello from Arkansas. Hello from Anamosa. Well, let's see, North Carolina. Lots of people. All right, let's see. I'm going to try and pull up my YouTube one also, just so that I can keep track of that one a little bit too here. Oh, wrong one. Well, YouTube. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can see us, and I see Naples, Florida here, but can't stay. We'll view later. No problem. Once we're done with the event that we film, we'll be saving it, and it'll just be on our YouTube video stream and also on our Facebook video stream for you guys to get to whenever you want. We'll also be putting a link on our website on the Confetti Cake pattern page, and we'll be putting a link on our online classes page under events, so you can go there and see all of the things that we have filmed at any given time. So hopefully there will be lots of good ways for you guys to find this.
I'm gonna make some noise really quick.
Okay.
I got a whole bunch of little stuff. I'm gonna just take the vacuum really quick.
All right. Vegas, Winnipeg, Minnesota, Arkansas, Seattle. There's a vacuum. Judy's cleaning still. Let's see who's on Facebook. Oh, there's lots. Look at everybody. Michael. Oh, hi, Michael. Michael is one of our, Michael Quilts. He's one of our up-and-coming certified instructors to be. He will be certified next fall. He's in Texas. It says, hot as heck here. A great day to stay inside the paper piece. Or just watch me. Yeah, because that's pretty fun just to watch me. So besides, like, I feel like, you know, whatever. It's kind of hot here today too, actually, in Montana. Brad and Dad and Doug, for those of you who know who Doug is, he works here at the office. They're actually down at the lake putting in a new shore station. So the boats are in. As soon as we're done here, the 4th of July weekend is about to start. It's our favorite holiday in Montana. Margie Green, she says another person melting in Texas. Cheltenham, I hope I pronounced that right. Jerry and P, maybe, I don't know where P is, but anyway. Abbotsford, BC. Look at everybody coming to join us today. So if you can't stick around, that's totally fine. We're going to this is going to be recorded, and it's also going to be just logged. So hopefully if there's something wrong with the recording or something goes wrong, I'll just, or if there's something wrong with the live stream, I'll just take the recording that we're making and I'll upload that so we have a backup. But if not, then these versions of the live stream will just become permanent on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. I'll probably say that a few times just so that we catch everybody who's logging in here. So I see Germany, Maine, Wisconsin, Seattle, Encino, Omaha, Southern Virginia. Man, you guys are joining us from all over. That is one of the coolest things about these live streams. They are like the fact that we can connect with people literally all over the world. I still can't believe that this is a possibility. So,
okay, let's test. Can you guys hear me?
Talk again, Mom.
Can they hear me? Can you guys hear me talk?
Yes. It's showing up loud and clear on the microphone thing, and as soon as their comments start, yes, 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 yes,
good.
Yes,
okay.
yes, yes,
yes.
4,000 yeses come through.
Good, because that means it's working.
Yeah.
All right.
Elise is going to be watching also. Most of you know who, well, Elise is our graphics designer, and she helps me with a lot of marketing. She's going to be tuning in and answering questions throughout the presentation. I'm going to watch as much as I can while I'm doing the production part, but I also have to watch what Judy's doing so that I make sure that I switch cameras at the perfect time. That's one of the things with a live stream. So Wendy says, sorry about the smoke. She must be a Canadian. We'll forgive you. But that's kind of funny. Yeah, it's really not too bad here, although we did wake up to a little bit more today than we've had at different times. Like there's been a few times this year where it's been terrible here in the valley, but we've also had a lot of really great days. So, but yeah, we do have a little bit of smoke out there today actually, and maybe who knows how long that's gonna last. So we're sorry that Canada is on fire. It's hard, it makes the summers long, and also it's sad when people lose homes and all that kind of thing as well. It's just not fun to breathe in. So Smoky, Ohio, yeah, lots of the northern border is also experiencing that smoke as well. So let's see, what else? Hello from the Netherlands. Loud and clear, lots of yeses. All right, this is good news. We are doing good. So, what time is it? 12:57.
Move that ladder or do?
No, this needs to stay because I need to use it for that other camera view.
Oh, okay.
So, let's see. So, Mom's adjusting the last few parts of our camera. Here, give me that. I'll show it to them. So, she doesn't like to teach to people she can't see. And I shouldn't say she doesn't like to. It's just harder to teach if you can't see your students. So she puts this up there. This is my, isn't he cute?
Your nephew.
He's my cousin's son. And she sent us a graduation announcement last year. So this is who my mom teaches quilting to every day. His name's Robert. He's the cutest. Anyway, so she sets that up next to the camera so she doesn't forget to look at the camera. Oh, look, there's Robert as a baby. He's the cutest. So anyway, so yeah, that's who Mom teaches to every time she, every time she's teaching to you guys, she's really teaching Robert how to quilt. My cousin laughed about it and she said, well, he's going to be an amazing quilter then by the time she's done with all this video stuff. So anyway, very true. So, all right, are we about ready to get started?
I am.
Okay.
So is my camera still on or the machine? Can you see my hand?
We're going to do, yep, I can see your hand.
Okay.
And there's you in front of the video. And let's switch over. There's our other view. All right, I think we're good. All right, we can switch to this view and that view. Okay, all of our camera views are set up. So, okay, we're gonna start with me first though, because I want to tell you guys, the very first thing we're gonna do is go over a correction because I made a mistake. So and it's an important mistake so that you don't have your sashing strips and pieces in the wrong bags. I've posted it on the website, so everybody go and get, so how do you find it? Let's switch over to, hold on just a second. So I'm going to go to the website, show you guys really quick. This is just a quick reminder. How do you find corrections? So patterns or products, patterns. Then you're going to come down to Confetti Cake here. And we've posted it over on the right hand side. This one, 6/29/2023, page 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, sashing bag references. So whether or not it really matters or not, we made a switch, and I can switch back to Mom here for just a second. So on the quilt, so point to it, Mom. So for those of you who don't know, and several of you probably have the Ice Castles pattern, we switched the location of our colored blocks between Ice Castles and Confetti Cake. So point to the B group.
This is my BB.
Yep, so that on Ice Castles is in the C round, and in Confetti Cake it's in the B round. And when we did that, and I wrote the instructions, I thought, well, I'm just going to change the names of, I'm just going to put the B's where the A's are and the A's where the B's are on the AB blocks. And that should fix it. But what I forgot is that the sashing strips have to stay in the same place. So I couldn't just switch the bag names for the diamond part. I had to switch it for the sashing as well. So on this correction, I have fixed this. So, and we came across it when Mom was making it the last 2 days, and she was frustrated because she was putting stuff in the wrong place. And I was like, oh, well, so anyway, I went back today and I looked at it in detail. So you're going to have to make a few corrections here on page 10. And the biggest, probably the one that's the most important is what's labeled on TP 381 and which bags you put those sashing strips in. If you get that part right, then the rest is just organization from there. So follow through, make those small corrections on the proper page numbers. We always put a page number on our corrections. And then we also put this version, so you can see this is version 1/3/2023, which is the pattern that you all have. And then we label, so on our main website it was labeled with the date. And because it was labeled with the date, you'll know if your pattern was printed, which all of yours were, before that date that you need to issue the correction. And you all are gonna have to put these corrections in. So go through and make these corrections so that your sashing strips are in the right bag. So sorry about that mistake. It was a simple one, but it impacts a lot of the little spots that are written in your pattern to keep you organized. But I went through and I believe I picked them all up. If you run into any place where you think it needs to be changed as well, you can let me know, but I'm pretty sure I got it all. So Judy's going to be making it according to the correction today and bagging it according to the correction. And if you guys have already cut your papers out and bagged some things, you might need to move some stuff around.
Actually, I have a correction in my head for that. So they can probably just leave everything in the bag they have.
Okay. We'll work through that as we go then on this. So I think that's the only housekeeping item I have. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Judy. So I'm going to switch cameras here. All right, Mom.
You want to hand me those corrections?
Oh, yeah.
So
you can follow through.
them.
There you go.
Hi, everybody. So I've been putting this together the last couple weeks, and last night when I was going through it, I was starting to realize that there was just a couple things that weren't adding up. So I want to explain something that Judelle explained to you as well, and that is these papers are used in like 10 different patterns that we've published over the years, all right? And so every time we do a new publication, we go through and we have to reset up all of the bag numbers. And on occasion we miss a bag number, and that's basically what happened with this. It's really not a big deal, because the way you really need to make this quilt is you need to get everything in bag 1 done, everything in your bag 2's done for the first group, and then you're going to get everything in the second group of papers done for bags 1 and 2 as well. And when it's all done, you're going to have everything, all your pieces on the wall ready without the sashing. The sashing should be the last thing that you actually put on all your pieces. And the reason why you want to wait for the sashing is because we designed it to go like this, but you guys might get all of your colors up there and design it to move things around a little bit. And what you really want to do is make sure, so these 8 pieces here have to go with the sashing that says A sashings.
16. Oh, wait. Make sure you're on the right group.
Yeah. Well,
the 8 in the center, you mean? Yeah.
You have 8 in the center, okay? The way the center sashings are sewn on are the same as the ones on the outside, okay? So the only sashings that are different are the ones that are sewn in between. And the reason we did that, and we changed that probably about 4 years ago, I can't remember, but we found that by doing the sashing for every single round, made it so we had a whole bunch of seams we had to match up, which made that difficult for some people. So what we did is we switched the way the sashing is sewn on the center round here, and then that makes it so you have a seam coming into just plain fabric, and so it offsets the seams so we don't have a bunch of matching seams. So that's the only reason that we have the sashings changed. And if you're working with a pattern that was published way back in 2010, you don't have that B sashing in any of that. All you have is the sashing for the whole thing. So as we have published patterns, we continually find things that might make it a little bit easier for our students, and then we add those in. So don't get frustrated if you're working with an older pattern and it doesn't have that B round, because watching this video, you're going to be able to see how to change it, because it really does, the sashing pieces really don't change out very much. So I have lots of little tips and tricks that we're going to go through when we get into the sashing. So I want you to just watch what we do. Don't get worried about all of the bag numbers and everything at this point, because you're not going to do anything with any of that as far other than keep track of what you have until you get all of the paper piecing done on the stars. And you want to complete all 3 rounds, and then you're going to go back and finish the sashing on everything. All right?
And I'm going to mention too, somebody asked, is Ice Castle's correct? Ice Castle's instructions are actually correct, where all of the bagging goes. And if you're working on Prismatic Star or Prismatic Star Queen or Diamonds in Bloom or Tattered Star, they all use this same block too. So I did mention that you could tie in with us on those. And I think that if you're using those patterns, you have the right information in your directions. It's just confetti cake. On the others, you're going to have totally different sorting and everything else. So you're just going to want to pay attention in this video to the
way
the pattern and the blocks work out. So,
okay, all right. So everything that I'm going to be referring to today is going to be to confetti cakes, but any of the other patterns that use this star, you're going to follow those instructions, whatever instructions they have. All right, so let's get started. The first thing I want to go through is some tools. Some of you are brand new and don't understand the terms of the tool, so let's just go through the basics that we use for paper piecing. First of all, you have to have an add-a-quarter ruler. And there's several sizes of add-a-quarter rulers out there. You can buy 18-inch add-a-quarter rulers, which you want for this project, all right? And then you can get some 12-inch add-a-quarter rulers. You can get some that are like 1.5 inches wide. You can get some that are 2 inches wide. You can get 6-inch add-a-quarter rulers. And then there's the ones that we use, all right? So what we do is I take all of my 18-inch add-a-quarter rulers and I cut them, and I make a 12-inch and a 6-inch add-a-quarter ruler. The reason I like cutting these is because I like the width on them. All of the other add-a-quarter rulers out there that you're going to work with are just fine. They're just a little bit different. I use my add-a-quarter ruler all the time to trim along. And if you have the add-a-quarters that have that beveled edge, you don't want to use that beveled edge to trim along, because your rotary cutters will cut right through that really thin beveled edge. And so you want to make sure that if you're using that add-a-quarter ruler, flip it over and use this edge, the edge that has the lip, if you want to use it to trim on, okay? It's something, if you make that mistake, you'll only make it once, and then you'll realize you have to use the other edge, okay? So we love our add-a-quarter rulers, and we also love the fact that we have lots of options as far as add-a-quarters to use. Just because I cut mine and do it this way doesn't mean any of the others don't work. They work just fine. They're designed to fold back your paper over, flip, instead of using fold templates. We use a fold template for all of ours, and so here's some fold templates, okay? I set my fold templates up so I have one that goes with my 6-inch, I have a fold template that goes with my 12-inch. And then I also have a fold template, which you don't have this one, but you can get yourself some fold templates, a big one. I just happen to have one on a metal. And that one goes with my 18-inch. So I use the 3 sizes all the time.
Someone asked a question, what do you use to cut the add-a-quarter ruler with? So we actually use...
We just give it to Doug. And we don't...
Whatever he uses to cut it, he probably uses a table saw.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I think you have to have a special blade for it, but I don't cut them.
But we sell them cut. So if you want a packet, if you want cut ones that you don't have to worry about cutting them with, we can cut them for you, or you can find someone with the proper cutting tools to cut a nice clean line. Either way.
Okay, so the other thing I want you to notice is I also like my fold templates to be larger than the width of my add-a-quarter ruler. Okay, so this is a 3-inch. This is 3 inches wide. This one is 3 inches wide, and this one is actually, I think those are 3.5, and this one's a 3-inch wide one.
Okay, we have another question. So, do you sell the metal fold templates?
No. I can't get any. I don't have anybody that'll make them for me yet.
We want
to be outsourced. They're too much work for us, so we have to go out and outsource. But if you go down to your hardware stores and all those places, you can actually buy this is a brass one. You can buy it, and you can actually, if you have something to cut it, but you're getting into some pretty expensive cutting software when you get into that. So someday maybe we'll have them, but right now it's just not happening. We're just trying to stay on top of things right now, besides adding more things to our life. All right? Someday maybe.
So we'll just say someday maybe.
So go down to Harbor Freight or one of those places and get those signs and the things that you put your house sign and the numbers on, and it's basically the same thing as what we're using. All right? So the other thing that we use all the time is the Creative Grids ruler, and this is a 3-inch ruler, and I love this one. This is the best thing for trimming. In fact, when I started using this, I really stopped using my add-a-quarter ruler to trim with, because this works so much better. All right. So if you haven't got this is the 18-inch, it's 3 inches by 18 Creative Grids. You should be able to find them in most stores that carry the Creative Grid templates, and it's awesome, right? So then the other tools we use, we have what's called a repositionable glue. You can get restickable glue. They're all the same product. It's something that you can put something on the back and then it'll restick and restick and restick. It's marketed under several names, so just pay attention, look what you're buying, and it works great, but it can be really messy, okay? So when you're using the repositionable glue, don't use it like butter. You don't want to butter your paper. All you need is just a swipe on the back of your paper to temporarily hold it that way. When you butter your paper with it, then it gets all over the back of your fabric, and you'll get a lot of glue buildup on the back of your feet from your machine and your table and your workspace. And so the best thing you can use to clean that off is Clorox wipes. Just get a container of them and use them to wipe everything down. And I probably wipe everything down 2 or 3 times a day with my Clorox wipes. So it's not something, it's right with all of my sewing stuff.
It's also so healthy.
It's also what?
Healthy.
Oh, is it? Okay. So then the other thing that we have is we have glue sticks. And these are fabric glue sticks. And I use these all the time, and when they get really gross, you can actually use your Clorox wipes and wipe them down as well. So that's what I'm going to do, because this one is really kind of sticky on the outside. So we're just going to clean it off a little bit, and we're good to go. All right. So the other type of glue, and I can tell you right now I don't even have one in there, but it's actually every one of your patterns talk about it. It's Yoo-hoo, and it's just a glue stick, and it works really good. We used it for probably 25 years before we started using the repositionable, and so there's nothing wrong with the Yoo-hoo. You can use it for applique, you can also use it for paper piecing. The only time I don't recommend Yoo-hoo is when you're working with really light background fabrics that you can see through, like batiks. Then I really recommend that you find more of a fabric glue that's going to change colors, or stay with your repositionable glue, because it will leave a shadow of your paper on the back when you go to pull it away. All right. The other thing we're going to use, that we use a lot of, are these Soline chalk pencils, and I have one that has just the pencil lead in it as well as the chalk lead in it, and the erasers on these are the best there is. So, and again, these you're going to find in any quilt shop that you can find. We carry them here, but it's up to you whether you want to pay shipping. You're going to have your refillable glue sticks for your fabric glue pens, all right? And then you should have a highlight pencil, okay? Because on occasion you need to highlight some stuff in your pattern so that you remember where a note that you might not be familiar with. You can highlight that. All right, so we need that, and then you're going to need a stiletto, and if you don't have a stiletto, you're going to want to get a stiletto. These things are really cheap. They're just a clover stiletto. There's lots of other companies that make them. The reality is you have to have a stiletto. You'll know why in a little bit. The other thing you got to have are paper clips. Lots and lots of paper clips. If you're going to get into doing paper piecing, just buy a box online of paper clips from your Home Depot, not Home Depot, what is it?
Staples.
Staples,
Walmart,
or
Target.
Any type of a supply place. And you can get them where there's 10 boxes in a big package, and there's 100 in each box. And believe me, you will run out of them, and you'll have to replace them on occasion, okay? So paper clips, these are paper clips, and then the other thing you're gonna need is binder clips. All sizes of binder clips. I use some of these. These are some that we sell, and they have little cute pins on them. They're a little expensive, but they're fun to use. But binder clips, and we use them in all different sizes. All right, and then you need a stapler, maybe. So you have a couple choices we're going to show you on how to stack your papers and use them, but I use both the stapler and the glue when I'm stacking my papers. Something else I'm going to show you how to use that you guys may not have in your stash, but this is called a deluxe corner trimmer, and it's from Marty Michelle. You should be able to find it in a lot of quilt shops, but if you can't, we do have them online, or ask a quilt shop to bring them in. But these are an awesome little ruler because they have all of your little smart corners that I call on there from all of the different standard sizes. So we have a 45, a 90, a 35 and a half, and a 60. And for this pattern, we're probably going to be using the 45 several times in here because our smart corners are mostly double, and the doubles, and we have a few that are only one slant in it, and so quite often I'll just go turn them all into doubles. So this is a great tool. You'll use them with forever. Once you learn how to use them, they're the greatest thing you can buy. All right, so that's basically, we probably should have a rotary cutter too. Now you can get different size rotary cutters. And you guys, and I'm not going to get into the rotary cutter stuff, but I use this one. It's a big one. I keep my blade sharp, and I use it for everything. Just, it's my preference as far as size is. And then you're going to use flower pins. So get yourself a couple packages of flower pins, because we use the flower pins. The reason for the flower pins is they have a flat head on them. And so when you can actually lay your rulers over it, and you can pin your fabrics and your papers together. You can lay the ruler over it, and you can cut with it without it wobbling. If you try to do something with a round head on it, your ruler won't lay down on it. So we use the flower pins for that. All right, so that gets us through all of our tools. You need tweezers, and you also need seam ripper. I hate to say it, but we always have to use a seam ripper. And then you need a pair of scissors, and probably the best little pair of scissors I like are these little curved ones, because we clip a lot of threads off of the top and the bottom of the papers. And if you have the straight ones, it's really easy to cut through your paper and your fabric. So I like these for cleaning off all my threads, and so I love those, and they work really good at your machine. So, all right, so Judelle went through all of the pre-cutting that you guys were supposed to do, and you were supposed to have everything bagged up. I know there's a few of you that went through and did all of it, and you're probably done with your quilts by now, and that's okay too. So anyway, but I want to go through just a few things as far as Quiltster is concerned. So I have two printouts. Can you guys see my printouts here?
Yes, they're upside down to their video because of the, there you go.
Does that look better?
That's the right side. If you can do it that way, that's better for them.
So you can print these out by yardage. You can print them out in your cutting order, so that you can go through and cut all of your strips, and it'll sort everything by fabric. So it'll tell you how many of this fabric, how many of this one. So if you have to cut 10 strips from the same fabric, then it's going to use the same color all the way through. And it's a really quick way to cut your fabrics when you get everything in a kit, or you buy your fabrics. Just go through, do your printout from Quiltster, and what I do is I take all of these and I put a little bit of repositionable glue on the back of my sheets, and then I cut them up. And I'm going to do that with this just to show you how I work with it. So we're going to save that one. So I'll just go like this. Oops. You don't need a lot on there. And then I'll just stick it down to my table. And then I'll start right here at the top. And I just go through and I cut my labels. So if you purchased a kit through us, or probably even most of our certified shops, you probably have labels on all of your fabrics already. Well, those labels that you have are basically what I'm cutting here from my Quiltster sheet. All right, so I think you guys get the idea of what we're doing here. So then I'm just going to take this and I'm going to get rid of the parts that I don't need in here that say yardage on them, and I'll just get rid of that for now. Now I have all of my little labels, so I'm going to find that fabric and I'm going to put that label on that fabric. So then when I go through my stack of fabric, I know what I have to cut from that. This is going to tell me how many strips I have. So just looking at both strips, I have to cut 4 2.5-inch strips. This one was 4 2.5-inch strips, and this one's only 1 2.5-inch strip. So I don't have to really do a lot of thinking up front. I'm going to just take all of this Quiltster information, and that's by the block printout, and set up all of my labels this way. After I cut my strips, I just take my labels and I paper clip them on, because that repositionable glue isn't going to hold on to that very long. I just use the glue so I can cut them straight on my board. All right, so we're done with those for now.
Someone asked, where do we get the Quiltster sheets? So the Quiltster sheets are something that you would have to print down of Quiltster, but we could probably just make a PDF of that and post it on the website. But I also already gave you guys on the website, if you scroll on our website, if you go to Confetti Cake and scroll down, it says on there, in fact, I'll show you. Let's transition over here, and then let's go to our website. So it's on the Confetti Cake page. Scroll down. There's actually a sheet that I printed out with all of the pre-printed labels on it. So you can have that. If you wanted one that had the little fabric swatch on it, we could put that on here as well. But normally that's something that if you have a Quiltster account, you can print out of Quiltster. Someone also said, where do I see Judel's video about cutting? So that's also on our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. And once we're done with this, Elise will go back and bundle those 2 videos into a playlist for Confetti Cake, and you'll be able to find it there. So, okay, we'll go back to Judy now.
Are we back?
Yep.
Okay. So now we're going to go through this one. So this one is actually a by block or by group printout. So it tells me here that these 2 black pieces are for my border. That's my border group. And then the next group is my AB B group. And then I have an ABA group. And then back here I have
the AA group is in the middle between the 2 AB.
Well, this one says ICA2 group on it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
might have to change that on Quiltster.
Yeah, we can update that.
Yeah, because all of them actually say IC.
IC stands for Ice Castles, because
Yeah.
we originally made the block specific to Ice Castles. But
Okay.
for those of you tuning in just for logistic things, Ice Castles is out of stock, so we don't have any more. I'm sure you can still find some around. In fact, I'm trying to remember the shop name in Idaho. Is it Shabby Quilts, or we'll figure that out. Shabby Fabrics or Shabby Quilts in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. She has been featuring kits on Ice Castles, so she has a lot of kits and a lot of patterns, but we're out of stock here, and we're replacing Ice Castles with Confetti Cake, so I can switch the name of those blocks. But the nice thing about the by block view for this one, we use the same AB block for both the B round and the C round, but we changed the colors, and we talked about this in the cutting video as well. Judy has, but in the by block version, it organizes them by groups. So she's cutting the papers right now so that she has her ABB colorway all together, and her ABA colorway all together, and her AA colorway. So It's super awesome that you can, there we go, shabbyfabrics.com. Someone sent us the link there. So if you organize it this way, it is so easy to just go through and cut your pieces and get them all bagged properly and organized. So she's just showing you that process.
All right, so what I did here is I just divided this where the different groups come in. So when I look up my sheets now, this is my AA sheet here.
And if you point to the wall, you could even show them which blocks AA are.
Okay, so this is my AA sheet. It has 8 colors with it, and this is an AA sheet right here, and these are AA out here. Okay, so I'm gonna actually take that and put it in the bags with my AA stuff. All right, then I have my AB A1, and one of these is a B group and one's an A group. So I believe that this one is my B group. I can see we're going to have to clean that up just a little bit for ice castles. This is ices for ice castles, isn't it?
Yeah,
have to change that
I gotta change those block names, but
yeah,
that's not a problem because we're switching the pattern over.
Yeah. So anyway, so this one goes into there. And this one goes into here. Okay. So I like to do that because then it gives me something to go back and look at after all my strips are cut, and it just separates them out by group so that we know what all of our colors are in those bags that we're working with, right? And then this little one right here, that goes with my borders. All right, so that's what we do with our quilter sheet before I ever get started cutting a pattern. Is I go through, I cut all my strips first, I sort them A group, B group, C group, or whatever the numbers are on those little tags. I get them all sorted by groups. And then we go back through and we add the group papers to it as well, so that we can see what's in that group and it's sorted by group. All right.
I'm going to answer another question, Mom. Someone said, do you offer downloadable patterns or only in print? So we have only one downloadable pattern. The rest are in print, and the biggest reason why is because of our newsprint. It's on large format newspaper. That's how our blocks are bigger than things that most people can print on their computers. So it tends to be important for us to do it, to have everything pre-printed and packaged. So you don't have a lot of work to print them yourself and tape things back together because they don't fit. And a number of other things. So all of our patterns are only available for ordering. Okay.
I'm going to put all of these little corrections in. Now, there's also a video out on one of our YouTubes that show how to make books for all of your, to cut apart all your instructions and set them up in books, and that is really cool. I just didn't even think about doing it, and I should have, because when you have them in a book binder, you can actually take those and you can slip the correction sheets right on top of the book binders. So go out and look up those videos that have those. One of them was done by Ginny Clark, and she has a good video, and then there's another one that was done by
Tammy Doan,
and that's part of another series. And
yeah.
So Judy, we'll get that posted out there for you guys.
It's actually in the video that we did for how to cut your strips and prep for this video. I already mentioned those videos and where you go, and even gave you timestamps for where the proper information is to set up your booklet. So if you go back to the pre-class prep for Confetti Cake, you'll see a link to those and the timestamps that you need to go to already. So,
all right. So before we get into the paper piecing, I want to do a quick review of the pattern. All right. So I'm going to turn it like this. On page 1 of almost all of our patterns, you're going to have just some general information right at the beginning. And then there's information about what's in the pattern, and that includes the foundation papers. So that is really important information right there, because that tells you how many sheets you're going to have of MP 576, TP 380, NP 577, and I'm not going to read them all, but read that information and then check your patterns to make sure it's all in there, okay? And then there's information about corrections right there, and that link there will take you to our correction page if you just scan it, and you can move forward from that. Then we get into what's called a general supply list, and the general supply list is really the paper piecing stuff, that all of the things I use for foundation paper piecing. It's pretty much the same in every pattern, so a lot of people just skip over that because if they've done paper piecing, they already understand what the tools are. Underneath there is a definition of common tools, the terms. It's more like a dictionary, because if you're somebody new, you may not know what a add a quarter is. So what it's going to tell you is what an add a quarter is, what a purple thing is, and flower pins. So kind of the same things that I went through as the tool list. So it's explaining what's in that general supply list for you, all right? And that goes over, when you turn the page, there's information there about general techniques, okay? We keep this general techniques information the same in all of our patterns. And on occasion, we start adding to it, and so that list is getting a little bit bigger. But even though we might not be using foundation strip piecing in a pattern, you're still going to see that technique in there. So don't get confused about that, because it's just easier to get that general information in one spot in all of our instructions. But it talks about stacking techniques, smart corners, registration points, which are called TRP lines. It talks about how we set up our layouts for the different groups, and cutting, foundation strip piecing, foundation paper piecing. That's basically what that is. And then you go into the next part that gets into preparing your foundation papers. So if you're new to preparing your foundation papers, you really need to read that information, because it's going to tell you how to cut them out. And I'm going to tell you how to cut them out. I think it's really important. Even people that are some of my CIs, I get students all the time that think they know how to cut it out, but they don't pay attention because they cut their papers too big. So when we go through the cutting out the papers, I want you guys to pay attention to how you do your templates, cut out your papers, but it's all written in here. So go back and read it and get yourself in the habit of cutting them out the right way, all right? And then there's general fabric information. And I'm not going to go through all of that general fabric information. You guys have to sit down and read that, and it's probably a little confusing if you don't understand what Quiltster is. But it's it is actually correct. It just tells you how we figure out yardage and all of those types of things. And then we get into another area there that's called general piecing instructions. And there again, it's going to tell you a little bit about how to set your tension up, what thread sizes to use, what size needles to use, and just general information that you need for foundation paper piecing. I will tell you that just because I have this information in here doesn't mean that you can't do it different. You can make your own decisions and set up and use your own needle sizes that you choose to, because it doesn't really matter in the big picture, okay? There's a little bit of information about chain piecing in there, and sometimes you'll look at your chain piecing and the units that the graphics that we use won't even be in the pattern you're using, because the process of chain piecing and strip piecing never changes. So don't look at those chain piecing or paper piecing graphics as if that matches what you're doing in your pattern. Because it won't. It's just, this is a strip piecing, so we're going to show some strip piecing stuff. If we're doing paper piecing, it would be paper piecing instead. So after we get through with the general information, then we start with groups. And so the first thing you want to do is go through your pattern without reading it and find all the places where it's going to change out. So sometimes it's called a chapter, sometimes it's just called a different group, sometimes it's called the next round, or the next booklet. There's different terms that we use, but basically what it's doing is it's taking you from one set of instructions into another set of instructions for some different papers. All right, so right here I have this highlighted because this is a group here, and then as I move forward, I'm just going to keep going, and then we get over here and we get into, this is all for the first group, and then we start and we get into the second group right here. So this is my chapter 2 here. We have this one called chapter 1. So everything up to where it says chapter 2 is for the first group of papers that we're going to make, all right? And then after we get past there, we're going to end up with our T templates, which that's another group. So those instructions are totally different than what you have in the rest of your book. And then we also have added for this booklet an alternative way to cut out for your background and add your outside border. So right here, after we cut out our papers, I think there's another group here. So this page is all about cutting out your background templates, and then we start over here, and this is a border. Okay, and the border is sort of it's an extra thing that we added to this pattern, and the reason why is because this is 99 inches. So we have other patterns out there that don't use that border, but you guys are going to use the border if you want it that big.
100, it actually finishes to 100.
Yeah. So without the border, it's 90 inches. With the border, it's 99 inches.
It's 91 and 100.
91 and 100?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So without the border, it's 91 inches. Okay. And so that's your border information. We have 2 ways to make the border in here, so you have to pick and choose which way you want to do it. So make sure that you read through the instructions for both of them. The way we did this one is we're actually going to teach you guys how to get it all set up to where it's all cut from one piece. Okay, so when you get over to here, you're going to skip that set of instructions. If you're not using the dots and the stripes, then you might as well just stay with the first set of instructions, because those match up with all of the graphics for how you assemble it and stuff.
And what we wanted was just to line up our dots and our stripes so that we got a nice line on those, or as nice as we could on it. So basically we fussy cut those.
So
pieces.
The first one I did a little bit, I kept them all together, and I wasn't thinking very much about the fussy cutting. The second group that I'm teaching you today, they look awesome. So you want to pay attention to how we do this border, okay? If you can't stay with us that long, then make sure you go back and watch the border information. So we're actually going to do the fussy cut border, and that's the information for the second border, which is going to be on the last pages, okay? And then when you get to the back, we actually have the instructions on how to assemble it, okay? And along with your instructions on how to assemble it, you get a piece of newsprint that comes with your pattern, and you want to keep that, but you won't use it until you're ready to assemble your quilt. The other thing you're going to have is, Judelle does have a full layout here, and if you read it, it just tells you kind of where the rounds and what colors go where. And then you have your back page, which is your yardage. And realize that the yardage that we have on this back page is for confetti.
For the one that you see, it's the one you see on the wall.
Yeah.
If you start changing your colors around and doing different stuff,
that yardage will change if you change your colors around. Everything will switch around, because in Quiltster, you can color this a million different ways and still use the same foundation papers for it, but it will change how your colors and how the number of fabrics.
And you can do that without Quiltster also.
Yeah.
The only Quiltster just helps you visualize what it's going to look like and stay organized and make sure it helps you calculate your yardage correctly if you're going to change. But if you're not using Quiltster, then you need to go back and start using those little unit charts that are in the pattern that we'll go over. And that's how you're going to have to recalculate your yardage on your own. So it's not hard. It's just a little more math. It takes a little bit more time, and it might be a little bit more challenging to visualize what the quilt looks like completed. Whereas if you have Quiltster, you can see an image of that and
instantly.
Yeah. It's just so cool. So anyway.
So the other things that are on the back is some copyright information, YouTube information, and just general information, that you might need, not necessarily to make the pattern, but to find more information about us. Up here, this information up here, that is what's supposed to be in your pattern as well, just like what's on the first page, right? So there's one other thing I do want to go back and touch bases on. So let's say you have everything in your pattern that you need when you go to check it, and then as you get started, you find yourself missing pages. Well, it's really easy to lose a page or set something aside, lose half of the pattern. It happens all the time. So when you come back, right at the beginning, we started putting a picture of the newsprint. So if you damage some papers, or you lose a page, or you can't remember where you set everything, which happens, come back here and read these. And if you get a hold of us, we can help you get what you need. And we charge like $2.25, or is it $2.25?
$2.25 a newsprint.
So it's $2.25 for a new sheet of newsprint, and we'll send it out to you. And so the other thing you want to look at is, if you're missing something, before you call and say, hey, I didn't get this, double check and look at your papers, because you may have cut everything out and then just misplaced it and put it in the wrong bag. And so if you look at the sheets and you have part of the papers that are on newsprint, but you're missing the other part, it means that you probably stuffed it in the wrong bag. So go back and check all your bags. But you can reference what you should have gotten by this. And if it's on the same page, then and you have half of it, then you're going to have the other half somewhere else. So just reference all of that, and it's always at the first of all of our chapters, okay? So those are the things you want to, instead of getting really paranoid about opening up your pattern, just kind of read through it, look to see what it is, and then after you kind of get organized in your head about what it is you're making, then you go back and you start reading the instructions step by step, and you start completing all of your booklets, okay? So that's where we're going to start. I am going to go through, and my first demonstration is going to be on sorting through my pattern and setting everything out according to booklet. So I have a new pattern here, and we're going to set this one aside.
I'm going to mention too, class is scheduled today to go until 4, but I've mentioned this a couple times that this is a bigger quilt and there's a lot to go over, so we might go a little bit past that. So if you can't stay for the whole thing, just tune back in with us and watch the rest later. If you can and we start to bump up against that, we're just going to continue on until we're finished with class. So it's one of the nice things about the live is that we can just be really flexible.
All right, so I am going to sort through the patterns, and what I'm looking for is I have 577, 577, 577s, and then I have a 577 and a 577 and a 577. So I know that those are all the same. This is a 577 and 577, so that's the same. And then I have a TP 381, and I'm not sure where that goes yet. And I have a 382, and these are template pages. And then we're going to take the next bundle, and we're going to look at this. And this is my NP 578. 578. I'm reading it upside down. And here's another 570. And what I'm thinking is there's probably a 579 in there as well. Okay, so that's folded as a group. This is the sheet I was telling you that tells you how to assemble the whole thing from an exploded view all the way out to the end. And the other thing that's really nice about this is this really tells you round A, round B, and round C's. So however you move your blocks around, that's when you're going to decide which ones are round A, round B, and round C. Because if you decide you want to change some stuff in it, you can definitely do that. Okay, so we're going to set that here. And then this one is a group of 576, it looks like. Yep, 576. And this one is 576, 576, and TP 380. All right, so if I look at my instructions right here, and I'm going to go to each booklet, it tells me on page 5 that I need 576 and 380, and that's going to go into my first bag, group of bags. So I would actually put this, and I would look at, and this calls for a bag A1 and a bag A2, but I'm going to put this into a bag that's for that first group. And I do have some bags. Here. But by keeping these separated at this point, then I don't get my papers mixed up between one group and another group. Okay, so that's a bag, that's a group there. Then we're going to go over to the next group where it starts, and this one tells me that I need 8 papers of 577, which that's what's in all of this group. And then it says I need 1 page of this 381. And so we're going to put that in a group. And then we're going to keep going back. And now we get into all of our background stuff. And that says I need 382 and 383. And these are my templates for all the background pieces that are out in here. So we're going to put that in a bag. And then I'm going to turn the page, and now we get into the border pages. And it says we should have 4, 578, 572, 579. So we have 2 there, and this is going to be the same thing. And then 579. And now we're going to put that in a bag. This very last page, I'm just going to slip it back into my bag with my cover sheet, because I'm not going to lose the cover sheet. All right. So I just organized myself really nice here, because I know that when we cut those out, I'm going to find that bag. When we get to this booklet, I'm going to find that bag. And I usually put a sticker on each one of those as well. And then we're going to have that, and we're going to have that. Okay? So that's the way you want to group that, get it all set up. The other thing that's really nice about setting it up this way is when you go through and you cut all of your fabrics, you can put all the fabrics that are for this group in this bag. All the fabric for this group in this bag. All the fabric for this group in this bag, and this one. And that's where...
So someone asked a quick question. She said, I'm a little confused. I thought we were to cut our templates apart according to the video with the sections stapled. So we...
She's jumping
right,
too fast. Wait.
So we're not quite there yet. We're just showing some basic organization techniques. But yes, in the original video, we did talk about
we'll get
the fact that you could go on and cut your papers out if you wanted. So,
okay. So this one here, this one was for that very first bag, which is my AA papers. So these, I'm just going to put this inside with that. And then the next one, this one goes in with this bag. And this one goes in with this bag as well. Okay. And then we need this one goes into this bag. Okay, so, and these will show up as well. All right. So that's what I wanted to show you guys with all of the bags. Now I'm going to show you guys how to do some paper piecing. Okay, and I'm going to take just a short break. So give me about 3 minutes and I'll be back.
So during that, I'm gonna show you guys, hold on. I'm gonna go to our website because I want to show you something. So if you're looking for this later, afterwards, if you go to products, patterns, and the confetti cake page, we will have a link here that will have a link to the video. We will also have it if you click on Quiltworx, and then under events, Quiltworx events and online classes, we will have it listed here, and you will see it. It's actually right here. Like here's an example, the Goodnight Star with Judy Niemeyer. And then this is the Confetti Cake online workshop. This is what we're doing today. So when you click here, it actually shows it to you. and it shows you about where you can find kits. I don't know if all of you have your kits or anything, but you can look at that information. And it also shows you venues. So if I click on Quiltworx YouTube channel, that takes you right to the Quiltworx YouTube channel. Actually, it takes you to a thing here. Where does that? Oh, sign up, sorry. Under the sign up button, it takes you to the Quiltworx event, and then you can find the login stuff. But we'll have that set up so that it goes direct to the location where you can see the videos, so that if you want to find this in the future, you can. You can also see that there's a number of other videos on here from others. We also, the event page, we just uploaded our new event page, and it's the coolest thing. So you can come in here and search by pattern, and you can come down and search. You can search by pattern on that other page as well, but you can search by pattern, you can search by dates, you can search by instructor, you can search by certified shop, class type, venue. So I'm just going to show you how this works. And we have classes all over the world showing up on our event program from all of our certified shops and instructors. And I'm just going to go show you real quick. If you put in, we're going to put in Judy's calendar for 2024, because I got that listed. My number, that's what my problem is. I got our 2024 calendar for Quiltworx listed. So I'm just going to type this in. So now we have the updated dates for next year, and it'll sort it out. Let me know when you're ready, Mom.
I will. Do you have to move the camera for this one?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. We just have to switch views. So I applied the new dates, and then I can go in and search by instructor for Judy and apply. And now I can see the entire Quiltworx 2024 schedule. So these are all the events we have next year, and they're open for booking. We have a Quiltworx University in Montana. We have 2 different types of classes that we hold in at the training center. One is a 5-day class where you work on everything at the training center. And then we also have one called a quilt camp. And quilt camp is divided, so you have 3 days in the middle where you can go tour around. We just had one of those, and some of the ladies went to Glacier National Park. Others drove around Flathead Lake. They went out to dinner. Some of them went shopping at all the quilt shops in the valley. So there's lots of fun things that you can do during quilt camp. So they're longer. Because of that, they're a little bit more money. And then the 5-day events are smaller groups. And then there's Quiltworx University, which is a large group, and it's in a separate venue because we don't have a location on site that can handle the 80 people. So anyway, that's our new events page. That's where you can go to find more information on our classes, both online and in person, and from all of our instructors as well. So
okay, I'm ready.
All right, hold on. Let's go back to Judy. Hold on, Mom. I need to get you to the right view here. Okay, we should be good.
Can you guys see me?
Yes.
All right. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to stack all my papers, and I have a light table, and hopefully you can see. The light table kind of causes a problem, but what I like to do is come in and I'll put a little bit of repositionable glue. You only put it where there's no printed stuff. And I'm just going to put it like this. And then with my light table, I can see exactly where to match up my foundation papers. So what I'm trying to do is set this up so we can cut these all out at one time. Okay, so this half is all matched nice. Then I'm going to put a little bit of repositionable glue again. Remember, you only put the repositionable glue on the parts that are going to get cut away. We're going to take the next sheet and we're going to put that on. And with your light tables, you can usually get about 4 sheets before you can no longer see through. The light won't come through. So we're going to take the next one. And we got that lined up. Okay. Now I'm going to flip my paper and I'm going to do this other side. So we'll fold 3 sheets back.
And one of the great parts about what she's showing you is that for those of you, if you have already cut your papers out, some of you may have used a similar technique, but this allows you to cut everything out pretty much at the same exact time. So it's really fast.
This is worth every penny you pay for a light table.
Someone just said, wow, goodbye stapler.
And this is a big light table, but you can, I have the Caterpillar ones and they're flatter and you can do half and half, so you can get, if you get the bigger size, you can still do this with them and it works really slick. Okay, so now that I have those glued all together, I'm going to take just a stapler here, and we're just going to put some of the staples in this, and I only want 1 in each group. Since I can't reach to this, I'm just going to take, did you switch yet?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm going to cut a hole right there. And that way I can slide my stapler underneath there and I can get these papers stapled together. Okay. So now remember I told you I was going to lecture you on how to cut out your foundation papers. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to place my ruler about 1/8 of an inch outside this solid line right here. And we're going to cut. I'm not going to cut all the way off because this is where all my glue is. So if I keep that on, then I can remove the pages and my papers will still stay together. Now we're going to cut here. And then I'm going to lay it down here. So if you guys cut these out and you have like 1/2 inch or 1.5 inches or it's all jagged, you're going to have to retrim them in order to get them to fit onto your strips of fabric for your strip piecing. These have to be cleaned down and you need basically about 1/8 of an inch outside, or about 1/8 to 1/16 of an inch on the outside of each paper. And that's all you're going to have room for. So otherwise the paper that you're working with is going to be bigger than your strips. So now that I have my first one cut out, I can just set these right here. And then we go to the next one. And then we're going to take this, and this is my group 3. That one, the first one was foundation sheet group 4. I'm trying to keep my head out of the way up there so you guys can see what I'm doing. This is my group 2. So these are foundation sheet A2, I should say. They're not grouped. And then we're got this one's foundation sheet A1. So this, what the stapler does is that staple in there just kind of reinforces and it keeps the papers together as you complete the cutting, because once you cut the glue, then the paper starts sliding. Now, wasn't that pretty painless? And we have nice clean papers, and we're all ready to start our paper piecing, right? So I have all of this stuff sorted and stacked and ready to go in some other bags. So we're just gonna set these aside, and maybe someday I'll remember I have them all cut out and I'll use them again. As you cut the papers for each bag, make sure that they go back into the bag they're supposed to. Okay. So we're going to start with the instructions on page 5. So we've already cut out our foundation papers, and I'm going to pull everything out of this bag that I have. And oh, I have 2 bags right here. So what it tells me here is, for this group I have to set up 2 bags. So I have a bag AA1 and I have a bag AA2. And AA1 is going to be used for, I'm not even going to talk about that right now because it's really of no consequence. So anyway, just make sure you get them into your right bags there on your instructions. We've already cut all of the strips for some of these pieces, so I'm going to get these out of the way and put them back in. We'll get into that. And so what I did is I actually separated and went ahead and I did all the paper piecing that for my bag, or my second bag. So I'm going to set these aside. I'm going to turn my light off. Give me just a second. Here we go. So I'm supposed to make 16 of these, and I actually went through and I made 12 of everything, and I'm going to show you guys how to do 4 of them. That way you don't have to watch me add all of the papers and cut everything out for 16 units.
And you're going to make 4 of each of the ones that she's making 1 of.
Yes. So you'll actually, under your foundation sheet A1, you're going to have 4 papers, okay? And the same for each one of them. Your strip sets are pre-cut at 2.5 inches. And you need to open them up and stack them according to how it tells you to stack them in your pattern. So in this set of instructions, it actually tells me to stack everything starting with fabric S1 on top, and then 2, and it goes all the way down to S8. Okay, so I have all of my everything in the order, number order is the way we're cutting.
And if you watch the pre-cutting video, that's how you should have yours set up as well. You're just going to have more of each strip, each color than she does. She condensed it down just for demonstration purposes.
So the other thing you should know is every strip that you cut here, so one strip gives you 8 pieces, 8 finished diamonds. And so whenever you're playing with one of these patterns, if you want to know how much you have to have, just think one strip will give me 8 stars. So like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think I just told you that wrong, didn't I? Is that?
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
The AA blocks, one strip makes 4 blocks.
Yeah.
Because
we're
you double
actually
it.
doing more blocks. So one strip gives you 8 diamonds. Okay, so we're going to put just a little bit of fabric glue on the back of this, my repositionable glue, and I'm going to place it on here like that. And then I'm just going to take my little ruler and we're going to slice. It doesn't have to be a perfect cut, it just needs to be an approximate size. And now you're going to move that down, and my top piece slipped. And then I'm just going to take the whole stack here and I'm going to lay it on top, and we're going to cut another one. So you have leftovers from all your pieces. Save your leftovers, and instead of throwing all of them in one bag, put them back into the bag that you cut them for. That way, if you make a mistake, you don't have to search through everything to find the right colors. Everything's inside your bag. So those are going to go back inside my bag. So now I'm going to separate these strips into the 2 piles. And the way this pattern is set up, I actually have the strip piecing for this. We do all the strip piecing on all the papers at the same time. I gotta get a drink. So I'm gonna set my papers up like this. You will notice that the instructions on the second group are a little bit different, and it's all because of the way we set up the stacking order. But if you look, I have my 2 lightest colors, and these 2 are the same, these 2 are the same, same, and same. Okay, so in order to set this up so I can stack all of them, I have 2 ways I can do it. I can just do the paper piecing on one foundation sheet, or I can do the paper piecing on 4 foundation sheets. And I'm going to set it up to where I'm doing the foundation paper piecing on all 4 sheets. So what I want to do is start here with section 8, and I'm going to stack my first piece. So I'm going to fabric S8 right here. Then I'm going to go to my number 3 sheet, and I'm going to grab my S7 color, which is right here. Then I'm going to grab the sheet for number 2, and that one's going to go right here. And this is the number 1 sheet, and that one is this color. Then we're going to come in here. Now you guys would be doing 4 colors at the same time instead of just 1. Now I have to find my teal again, so I'm going to move and this one's going to go here. And so I'm doing the section 3 rows. Then I have the purple one is my next one. And then I have S4, and that one is this color, and then I come across here and we have this color. So if you guys set up your cheat sheets like you're supposed to in your pattern, you're gonna know what all of the colors are that I'm stacking here. And I see all the swatches that I put on here. You want to put all those swatches on there because now you can see if your star is going to look the way you want it to, right? So let's go back and we're going to do the section 2 strips. So the first one right here is my teal color. The next one is a yellow stripe. The next one is a white dot. And then I have an orange stripe. Now we're on our section 1 row. Okay, so we're going to start with the green, goes on the number 4 paper. My orange dots go on the number 3 paper. The whatever color that's called goes onto the S2 paper. And then my very last set of dots is on top. So what I did there is I just stacked all of my pieces in the order that I'm going to sew them on the foundation papers. Okay, so this is going to be the very first fabric, number 2 fabric, 3 fabric, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
And you'll notice that's not necessarily what the fabric numbers are. That's the sew order. So the sew order is different than your fabrics 1 through 8. So
now, if you guys want, you can actually just grab these 4 colors and put them on that sheet and do one sheet at a time, which is what the next set of instructions will tell you. So we have the 2 different ways that we're setting it up in your instructions. Okay, so this one is my favorite because I can get everything stacked in the order. So just follow the instruction. It tells you exactly what you need to do. If you go to page 6, right at the bottom in the first column, it says stacking the strips in the sewing order. Okay, so that's what we did here, is the sewing order. But look at what you have there. You have a round A. So the top 4 strips that I have is what I would call round A. And then the next 4 strips, that's my round. Is it round A, B? Yeah, we use the letters instead of the numbers. So that's my round B. This is my sew round C, which will have 4 colors in it. And this one is my sew round D, which has 4 colors in it. Okay, so then now I'm going to set these, and what this does is it tells you just to set up each round, and then you'll go in and you stack them all on top of each other, all right, in your sewing order. Now we're going to put paper number 4 on the bottom, number 3 on top, 2 on top, and number 1 on top. So we start with number 1. We're going to remove the paper clip. We're going to find our repositionable glue. We're going to remove our ruler here. We're going to get rid of our scraps. So clean your table off when you're doing this, because you need your space. Okay, so I have my instructions here. So we're going to take our very first piece here, and we're going to flip it wrong side up. You're going to take your repositionable glue and find section 1. Flip it over and put just 2 strokes of glue on the back side of your paper. And then you're going to line section 1 up and make sure it's covered. There's a dashed line. It says line 1 along here, and then there's a dashed line. You need to make sure that your fabric goes past that dashed line on the top, but also goes past the paper on the bottom, okay? So I'm going to move it just a little on, just a little tight right along the bottom, okay? And then we're going to I'm going to just set this, then I'm going to take my next piece and then place it on top. 2 strokes under section 1. And this is from foundation sheet number 2. It says AA2. Then we take the next strip. So the other thing you want to do is as you're going, if you have your little swatches on your paper like it tells you to do in the instructions, what you're going to do is just check your swatches and make sure that the right colors coming up. And we're going to put that on there. And then we're going to take my last piece. Remember, glue under section 1. Okay, so making mistakes. Let's go over that. One of the most common mistakes is when you don't get all of your little fabric swatches on here, your papers are all the same size. And so it's very easy to have your papers like this and get them upside down. So make sure when you position your paper, the section 1 is underneath each sheet. And this should be your section 4 up here. So section 1 is going to be closest to you. Section 4 is away from you. All right. So now I have my foundation sheet A4 on the top. And I'm going to grab my big fold template. I'm done with my repositionable glue. And I'm going to slide them over like this. Grab my very first piece. And we're going to put our fold template right along line 1. And it's the solid line. And it says line 1, line 1, line 1, line 1. And we're going to put our add a quarter. We're going to fold it back first. And do a nice smooth fold on that. And make sure that you're not folding off the line. Okay, you're going to drop the add a quarter ruler on there. And we're going to trim our first 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then we're going to stack it right there. Then we're going to do this again. So we're going to take the next piece here. And this is foundation sheet A3. And then this is foundation sheet A2. And this is foundation sheet A1. Okay, so you can see these little slivers that I'm cutting off here. That's why you can't have all that extra paper on there, is because you have to be able to fit the paper over your 2.5 inch strips. So these have to be cleaned off really nice. Okay. All right, before I go any further, I skipped a little bit of a little place here that will probably make a difference for you guys. It doesn't make any difference for me because I'm only doing 4 papers, so I can use the numbers on the paper, which you guys can too. But there is a it does tell you in here to number your papers, right? Remember, we have the 2 bags, so you're going to have 8 papers in one bag and 8 papers in the other bag. However, they're both exactly made the same way, so if you want to do the 16 at one time, you can do the 16 at one time. And then it tells you to number the papers. So you would have all your foundation sheet 1 on the top, and you would number it 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you would do your foundation sheet A2, that would be 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you would go down to 16. If you're only going to do 8, then you would have 1, 2 for the A foundation sheet, 3, 4 for the B foundation sheet, 5, 6 for the next one. The reason you want to do that is because sometimes you can switch out the colors on those 8 pages, and you can do that in Quiltster. And so the numbering everything to make sure that you have everything numbered in the order you need to pick up your fabrics. So it really helps to number the papers. And the place we number our papers is actually on the back side, up in the very last corner, which is the last piece that's going to be sewn on. So I'm just going to number these just so you guys can see. So this is number 1, this is my number 2, this would be number 3, and this is number 4, because I have my first sheet on the top now. All right. When you go to the ironing board, it really helps to have those numbers on there, because now if you get something out of position, you just quickly look at those, and it's easy to see where it's supposed to go back in your stack. So we're going to add the next round. So this is my round B, and I'm going to get rid of the paper clip, and I'm going to start with my number 1 paper, and I'm just going to open it up. See, this fabric should match what's in your stack here. So, and it does, so I'm going to just take this and I'm going to put it right underneath it. My foundation paper is folded back, so I want to go over something with you. If you're working with batiks, it's easy to flip these over. All right, if you flip it over and you sew it this way with your angles going this way, then you're going to have to pick it off and fix your mistake. It has to, the angle on this fabric is supposed to match the folded back angle on your foundation paper. Okay, so my angle's here, the paper angle is the same, so I'm just going to match that up, and I just matched it up at 1/4 inch. So now we're going to take the next piece and I'm going to place it on top. I'm going to pick this one up and I'm going to match it on top. And if you're not confident, just check, and I have the right fabric there. And then we'll take the next one. And that one's going to go just like this. And we're still good fabric wise. So most of the time, the only reason you would have the fabric in the wrong order is if you were doing several of the same paper and you're working with a batik, you might pick up 2 pieces and put it under 1 sheet instead of just 1, and then that's going to throw you off. So if you keep watching those colors as you go, you'll correct that yourself before you make those mistakes. And believe me, it's easy to make that mistake and pick up 2 pieces at once. When you're working with cotton fabrics where it has a right and a wrong side to it, it's a lot harder to make those mistakes. Okay, now we're going to go to our fabric glue, and it's our pen, our fabric pen. And I'm going to pick up just right in the seam allowance. So I'm just going to fold back the fabric right along the edge of the paper and put glue on that. And I don't have to have a lot of glue. I'm just going to touch it, and then I'm going to push that glue together. And then we're going to do the next one. So a trick that I use when I'm doing using strips like this, or even in general paper piecing, if I don't want anything to shadow, what I will do is I will always make sure that the fabric on the bottom is just, you can see just a little bit of it. But if you think about it, if you have dark fabric on the bottom, you will not have a shadow when you're working with foundation paper piecing. If your light fabric is on the bottom, you need to be able to see just a little tiny sliver of the light fabric to prevent a shadow.
Yeah.
So that's one way that I'm going to teach you how to prevent shadowing. And then I'm going to show you another trick here in a little bit.
So a lot of people are commenting about the idea of doing 16 at a time being hard to imagine. So maybe someday we'll do a chain piecing video and just show them how you do 16 at a time.
I'll do that someday. But if I do, I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to do 16. And you can just watch.
You'll just have to watch. we could pre-record it and then speed the video up or something, because it just takes longer, but you actually stay very organized, because now if you're looking at it this way, you would have 4 of the first color, 4 of the second, 4 of the third, and 4 of the fourth. And you would do them all and then you would make all of those at the same time, and it goes pretty fast once you get to the machine.
So just an example, if I'm doing it this way, it would probably take me 24 to 48 hours to get all the strips done. If I'm doing 16 of them all together, or 24 all together, or 48 all together, I'm looking at basically about a 4.5 hour sewing process, because you really get going fast with it and it works really slick. So, all right, so now I have everything there. The other thing I want to show you is sometimes people have a hard time, they don't get the glue on there properly, and so their papers or their fabric will come unglued. So this is just kind of a safety feature. I don't do it, but I do teach a lot of my students to work with pins. If you take and put a flower pin right along the opposite edge, then you don't have to worry about your pieces coming undone. So if you do that, then you would just open up each one of these pieces, and we just put a flower pin in there. Does that make sense? So don't feel like that's something you can't do. Just don't pin the one underneath it to it. All right. Okay. There we go. Now we're all back in order. So we're going to go to our sewing machine. And I'm going to move some of the stuff out of the way for a second. And we're going to pick up our pieces here. And I'm going to look at this, and if I open it up this way, this will actually fit through my machine, but sometimes you'll have papers that won't fit through the machine, so I like to sew it this way, and that way all the paper sticks out. Well, if I'm going to do that, then the next thing I want to do is I want to turn my paper so when I pick it up, it automatically puts it that way. So the first thing we're going to sew here is line 1. And it's going to be foundation unit AA row 4 group. So anyway, I'm going to set my stitch length at about 2 on this machine. If I go down too tight, it's going to wrinkle the paper. If I get it too loose, then all the stitches come out when you start cutting it apart. So I usually work with a 2-point on these strip piecing technique. And try to stay on the line. That's why we draw them there. If you have a machine that you can cut your thread, cut the thread, and Then start with the next piece. If you don't have a machine that cuts your thread, just pick up the foot, move the piece back, and start sewing again. And if you have your machine in a pretty heavy-duty sewing cabinet, you can pick up your speed pretty fast with that. If it's just sitting on a table, you're going to have to keep your speed down a little bit when you're sewing because your machine will bounce on you.
Especially if you're trying to video it.
Yeah.
So if you get a little seasick in the process, it's because the camera is mounted on the table.
Just close your eyes and wait for the finished product. Oh, my thread just broke on me, you guys. It's done that a couple times today. I think my machine's just bouncing too much. So you get to watch me thread my needle.
The joys of live, right?
Yep. When my mother did a lot of sewing her whole life, and when she got old, she started going blind, so she bought 3 machines and she set them on her kitchen table, and then she had her granddaughter come down and thread them every morning for her. That way when the thread broke, she'd just call, and at noon they'd come back and they would actually rethread their machines for her. There you go. And she never did stop sewing. I'm not going to tell you what her quilts looked like at the end of her life, but she sure had fun sewing. All right, so I have all 4 of them here. Now I'm going to go to my iron, and we're going to show you another product that I did not show you earlier. And this is actually a product, a glue pen from a company called Acorn, and we use it all the time for pressing long seams, pointed seams, and it does a really, really nice job. So we're going to take our first foundation paper, and I'm going to, I just lost the lid. I'm just going to run this on the back side of my stitch line. And a lot of times I can do this and not even press it, because I can just finger press it. But when I take this, I can just take that, fold this back, and then when I hit it with my iron, and I have one of those irons that shut off, so I'm going to do this with all 3 of them, and then we'll get this iron to come on again. There, it's going to come on. And we'll do all the pressing at one time. So once that gets that starch on it a little bit wet, it opens up those seam lines really nice for you. And so you don't end up pressing folds into them.
If you've sewn right on the line, then the crisper that seam is, the more likely you're going to have all of your little diamonds come to perfect points as you sew these together.
That is very true.
Do you use steam or?
I do use steam. A lot of people don't like to use steam. They say it shrinks the paper, which it probably does, but I don't care. I like the really crisp, and I like steam.
Someone said, tell everyone it's not glue, as Judy stated. So she might have called the Acorn product glue. It's not glue, it's a pressing stick with, like, what's it called? The Acorn, best press.
Guys, I guess I'm not gonna iron. There's something really sticky on my back of my iron. Must have been something from Quilt University.
The Easy Press Pen is what it's called.
Yeah. So we're not even gonna use that iron. We're gonna use just our Easy Press Pen. Okay, so I've got it all pressed.
It's a starch product. There we go.
And now I restacked everything. So number 1 is on the top, okay? And then we're going to take this.
Did we answer the question about steam?
I use steam.
Okay, there you go.
I'm just not going to use it today. There's something on the back of my iron, and I don't know what it is, but we're not putting it on our fabric. I'm going to have to clean it. So we're going to start with foundation sheet number 1, and we're going to lay it on line 2, okay? And I'm going to fold this back, just like we did before.
Let's get this view. That's better.
And I'm going to trim. And then we're going to set it aside. And then we're going to take paper number 2. Now we're on paper number 3. And then we're going to take paper number 4. Now I should have paper number 1 on the top, which I would have if I had done the pressing. It would have reversed my order. So before I go any further, we actually have to put 4 needs to be on the bottom, and we're going to flip this back, go 3, and now I have 1 on the top. So the reason why you have to have the 1 on the top is because that's the color that's going to match up with the next stack. Okay, and I'm going to end the demo at this point because you guys should understand that all we're going to do is just take each one of those pieces and put underneath there, then we sew them on again. All right, so I'm going to show you the finished pieces and show you how to do the trimming. So we're going to just, this is kind of like a cooking show. You get to see the next step all done.
Someone asked, what is the gold bar called that Judy is folding with? Sorry, I just tuned in and I'm new to this. So that's her fold template. So she has one that's made out of metal. It's a little bit stronger, but it's not really a product that's available. Although one of the shop owners tuned in. I saw a comment from her earlier. Marcy Alberts with Options Quilt Shop. She's a certified shop. She said she's actually getting some of the metal ones cut. So she might have that product available if you want to look her up. We just haven't had time to actually turn it into a product. And it just is one of those things that we just haven't had time to take to the next step. Maybe someday we will have them, but that's just the one she uses because you can't cut through that one like a plastic template piece of paper. So It's not a drafting ruler, it's just a piece of aluminum, basically. Like, think of the little pieces that you slide into like an office sign. That's kind of what it is. It's a little piece of metal. And someone says, well, what size is it again? So the size she has there is probably 20 inches about by 3 inches.
Mine's 20 inches. I did 20 inches on mine.
So that's for the large size, and then she has a smaller size as well. Someone said, if I rewatch these and have any questions, where do I ask those questions? You can just ask the questions either in the video stream, or you can send an email to info@Quiltworx.com if you have questions later.
Okay.
All right, I think
I'm ready. Okay, so after you get done, you're going to have all your pieces, and they're all going to be like this, and you're going to have 4 different color groups. And you have to trim all your papers. So I'm going to go through the trimming process here. All right. So we're going to grab our Creative Grids ruler, and we're going to cut right along the outside edge of the whole sheet. Okay. And then we're going to take this one. And sometimes you have to adjust it just a little bit, because from the pressing and the sewing, sometimes the paper shrinks up just a little bit. So just realign the paper with your ruler as you're cutting. And then we're going to do the edge here. And then we're going to do this edge. So the order in which you trim really doesn't make a lot of difference, but it does make a difference if, like, this line, so right through here it's shrinking up a little bit. My stitch might have been a little bit longer or shorter, so we're going to trim, and then I'm just going to adjust the ruler to go with the line work on the paper. All right, so follow the lines on the paper and you'll be in good shape. So I get all 4 sides, and then we're going to come up here and we're going to cut this smart corner, and then we're going to roll around and we're going to cut this smart corner.
So for those of you who don't know what a smart corner is, when you look at your papers, on some of your corners you'll see some little notches, so it doesn't come to a straight point. We've designed in the cutting angles so that when you lay everything together, right sides together to sew the final assembly seams, all the little dog ears are gone and everything matches up perfectly.
Okay, so on your papers you have what's called Part 2 cut line 1, Part 2 cut line 2, and Part 2 cut line 3. And that's going to cut all your pieces together, apart.
Cut them together?
Yeah, cut them together. All right, so now we're going to put this. There's 3 solid lines there. You have to be in the center line. If you cut it on one of the other lines next to it, yes, you just made a cutting mistake, and now you have to rebuild that piece. And that's why you have all of that scrap fabric right here that you can actually go cut and just pull the fabric off of that, and then sew some new diamond pieces on, and then add the 1/4 inch that you need. It's really not hard to fix this, and but everybody has to make that mistake a couple times. So we're used to it. No reason to cry about it. Just fix it.
And you just tape your papers back together. If you pull that line out, just put tape over it. If it's mangled beyond belief, you can always order a new paper from us if you really need to.
Okay, so I recut the smart corner on this piece. Then we're going to place it. It's on the center line. It says part line to cut line. And I like to check 2 or 3 times before I cut to make sure I'm putting it on the right line, because I don't like fixing those mistakes. Okay. And now we're on number 3. And so what I'm doing here is I'm just cleaning up all the smart corners at the end of each paper. And I missed one right here. So when we're done, you should have 16 pieces that look just like this, right? And then you should have, here's a whole set. So this is my section 1. Actually, that's my section 2. I wonder if I have the right papers in this one. This one here. This one. Okay. So section 1 goes like this. So that says row 1, unit row 1, and section 1. And in your instructions, I'm going to show you where that's at. On page 8, at the very end of column 2, and then the next page 9 are your instructions on how to assemble these. And you need to follow those, because it's really easy to flip these and you end up with the design that you didn't plan for. And the only way to fix it is to pick them out and put them back. So pay very close attention to how it tells you to set it up. You're looking at the right side of the fabric now, not the back side of the paper, not the printed paper. Those pictures are the right side. So this is my fabric S1, this is my fabric S5, this is row 1. This piece right here is row 2, and this is section 1. And so that's my S2 fabric. This is an S1 fabric, an S4, and an S6. This one here is row 3, and I want my section 1 on my left side. So it goes like that. And this is row 4. There's my section 1 right there, and it goes like this.
All right, so I'm going to stop just for a second here. So someone said, what is the difference between AA and AB? So the AA blocks are set up to use 8 colors. So you can only use 8 colors in the AA blocks. The instructions walk you through how one strip makes both of those. So where you see the white, that's one strip. The red is one strip. The orange is one strip. The green is one strip. The AB blocks allow you more freedom, so you can make 16, you can use 16 different colors in those blocks if you want. You'll notice that a lot if you happen to color one in Quiltster, because you'll see when you click it on the AA blocks, you have to color those 2 blocks the same. If you go to the 16 color blocks, the AB blocks, then you can color them all different colors and make them different. So if you look at the B group, the B round, you can show them that.
So I have a single color here.
Yep, it's not the same. It doesn't have to be the same as the one on the very tip, whereas in the AA blocks it does. So we used 2 blocks with 2 different piecing techniques in order to achieve the look on the cover. And part of that is because the AA blocks are faster to make and simpler to cut out, and so when we were going to color them that way, we just picked those blocks just because it saves a little bit of time. So that's why it is the way it is.
Okay, so when you look at it, this would be fabric S1, fabric S2, fabric S3, fabric S4, fabric S5. What did I do?
No, you just point to the two greens.
Oh, there, I pointed to the wrong ones. Fabric S5, fabric S6, fabric S7, fabric S8.
Right.
I just moved my fingers around too fast. Okay, so that's your AA papers. And if I was doing the other ones, which I'll show you, this would be fabric S1, S2, S3, S4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And it allows you to do a single color or 3 colors. So it lets us do odd numbers, where the AA papers are only even numbers. The AB papers allow us to do odd numbers. Okay? All right. So we're going to sew these together. What it's going to tell you to do is take and put this piece on top. So row 2 goes on top of row 1. And we're going to grab our glue stick here. First of all, we need some little tiny pins. If you have really thin flower pins, the long ones, that's great. If you have the really thin, long pins with the little round balls on the end, the glass pins, that's great too. And if those are the ones I like. And if you don't, then find some, because they work a lot better. So it looks like I have 1, 2, 3, 4 glass pins here. Actually, I have 5. All right. So I can actually take this and I'm going to put it right at the intersection where my 2 lines cross, line 1 and my finished sew line out here. And I'm going to put that pin in there right in the ditch. Then I'm going to pick up my paper and I'm going to put it right in the same spot on the other, which you end up having to sort of guess on that one. So you might have to move it 2 or 3 times to get that right at the intersection. And then we're just going to take that pin, we're going to push it all the way down like that. And then I'm just going to, take it here. So I just pinned it, but I want a whole bunch of space in between because then it doesn't pucker. Then we're going to take the next pin, we're going to find that intersection again. And then we're going to guess where we're at. I was right on that one. Okay, and then we're going to take another glass pin. This one isn't as long, this one's a longer one. Put it in the intersection, match it to the intersection underneath. So remember, fabric, row 1 is on the bottom, row 2 on the top. So what's going to happen when I do this is it's going to push, and you can kind of see where it pushes the paper for row 1 off just a little bit. So you don't want to sew with both papers and while it's pinned like that. So the next step it tells you to do is to remove the paper under section 1. Okay, so I have all the paper removed under section 1. And now we're going to put just a tiny bit of glue and glue that end. And then we're going to put some glue on this end and glue this end. We don't really have to glue the rest of the paper, all right? And now I'm going to kind of move my pins just a little bit there, all right? So I'm going to show you how to get this to line up perfectly when we go to the machine. And if you look on your lines, you're going to sew right on that line, and you're going to notice that because we have the smart corners, the double smart corner, then it's not going to come all the way to the end, but it's okay. It's still going to cover and do what it's supposed to do. So we're going to start sewing. Okay, so I'm going to sew about an inch in, and then I'm going to pull that first pin out and just a little bit. I'm not going to pull it all the way out, and I'm going to rotate it back towards my left hand like that. And what that will do is it'll pull all of the fabric on the bottom piece of fabric out, and it'll match right up to the edge of the paper. And you stop turning the pin once you get a really nice match, and then you're just going to sew right to where the pin is, pull the pin out, and then sew across the intersection. And then you do that again. So we're going to rotate the next pin, and we're going to rotate it to my left. I'm going to hold on to the glass ball, and then right before I get to it, I'm going to pull it out. And I want my needle down. I'm going to adjust that. And we're going to sew across. Then we take the last pin and we rotate that out. So the reason I pull the paper off on the bottom is because I can't get that. If I leave the paper on there, there's two things that happen. One, when you look at the back side, you're going to find you missed the line. And two, it really pulls that bottom piece out of position. So by getting rid of it, I can get that to straighten up. The other thing is, when you're working with diamonds, your pieces are biased. So that line that we're sewing right there is all biased. If I pull the paper off of both pieces and do that, then I have to deal with the bias stretching, and it's a little bit harder to get them to match. If you know how to make them match, you can remove the paper from all of them, but it's a little bit more difficult, and you have to be pretty experienced to get that to match up. So the bias, when you pull this off, the machine will just pull that fabric right in where it's supposed to go. You won't end up with any puckers in there. Paper on the bottom, paper on the top, you're going to end up with little puckers in between there because there's nowhere for the bias to go. And as you sew over it, if there's any extra fabric in there or stretch, then it's just going to sew a little pleat into it. All right. Now we're going to open this up and we're going to look, and I'm right on that one. I'm right on that one. And I'm right on that. And that's when you just kind of pat yourself on the back and go, good job, Judy. Well, they look really, really nice, okay? So now we're going to take row 3 and we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to add it to row 2. Make sure that you have section 1 and section 1 together, because if you flip it, now you just put your pieces in all the wrong place. So pay attention to what you're doing. Make sure that it's the right colors. Flip it over. Section 1, section 1. And then you're going to go through that pinning process again. So you're going to place that intersection. Then you're going to match this one. And then you're going to do the next one. And it takes a lot longer to explain how to do this than it actually does to pin it and move forward with it. Take this one. So I have all my intersections matched up again. So we're going to flip it over and we're going to remove the paper under the row 2. And all of that information is in the steps if you read through it. Okay. And then you have to pull those little pieces off as well. Your information on how to press is also in there. Okay, so now we're going to do that same step again. All right, and then we're going to do it for row 4 until all of our pieces are sewn together, and then you end up with this. Okay, so this is where the next step in your pattern tells you to add all of your little strips, and it tells you where they're supposed to go. It explains to you how to cut them out, and so it gives you all the information. I'm just going to set it up here, but I'm not going to sew it quite yet.
And this is the one place where your bag 1 and your bag 2 matter, because your bag 1 has the pieces added one way and the bag 2 has the pieces added the other way. So just make sure and leave the strips with the right templates in your bag 1 and 2, and then you're going to make 8 with one combination and 8 with the other.
Okay, so this is the way this is set up, and your instructions are there.
Hold on just a second. I want to switch the view.
Okay.
Okay, that should work. Okay.
So I've got this set up like that, but I'm not going to sew it because I really want to have all of them laid down, group 1, the second round, and the third round. So I want to do them all on the table at the same time so you guys can really understand what we're talking about there. So we're going to move on to getting the rest of the pieces going. But I'm going to set this aside. Actually, I think I want to do this bag next.
A lady said, do you leave the paper on the last section?
No, you're going to remove the paper from all the rows. Okay, so let's turn, in your instructions, let's turn to page 11. So on page 11, actually we start on page 10, the second half of page 10 is where your instructions are. So with these groups right here, these papers in both bags are the same papers, so they use the 16 colors. Even though we only used 8, they're set up for 16 colors. The one sheet, actually both of them only have some single colors in it, so that's why you have 16 colors for both of them. All right. We have graphics in here. Some of the graphics, the shading is going to match what we have, and some of the shading is not going to match what you are making. Normally, I set up the shading when we're making our very first pattern, and then we just kind of move it on. Judelle did tell me today that she went back and changed some of the shading on some of these in some of our, the last batch that we sent out. So some of you will see the shading kind of match your fabrics, but don't ever let the shading determine where you put your color. The only thing you want to pay attention to is where the fabric number is, because the fabric number is what's important, what we're doing here. Okay, so when you get to this round, you should have 32 papers. You're going to have 8 of each unit, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're all going to be called AB row 1, so you'll have 8 of those. AB row 2, you're going to have 8 of those. AB row 3, 8, and AB row 4, 8, which comes out to 32. Out of those papers, you're going to divide them equally into 2 color groups, paper groups, bags, all kind, you know, it's all kind of the same thing, because you have a bag here with 16 papers and a bag here.
And this, again, I want to remind you, we went over the correction right at the beginning of the video. You want to have all of those corrections written into your patterns before you start this, and it will make it easier to keep you organized.
It will.
Because I got you messed up. So
on the bag.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, but what we're trying to do is keep all the fabrics with 8 of them, and then the other group of fabrics with the other 8. And that's the whole concept behind what we're doing here. And before I go any further, we're going to take you to, let's go move the camera to this other wall. And okay. I think at this point it's time to show them what we have. So that's going to take you down a second.
Let's go like that.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
Okay. So when you look at this, you're basically going to make 16 of this color group. You're going to make 16 of this color group, and we're making 16 of this color group. All right. So these were made out of our AA papers, and then this one is the 4. Those are the 8 color pieces in the center, and then the other 8 pieces go into what we would call
round C.
Round C, okay? These pieces here, these are round B. You're going to have 16. You're doing 2 sets of 8 there. And then these are round C. So we have round B, we have round A, round B, and round C. So you have 8 stars, you have 16 stars, and you have 24 stars. And 8 of those 24 are black. So I think that will clear up what we're doing here and why we're trying to keep our colors together. So the only thing that's different is the order in which we put these sashing strips on. So when we work with round A and round C, we put this sashing strip on and this sashing strip on first. The same thing. These 2 are first, these 2 are second. First, second. First, second. First, second. Then when you're working with the bees, you're actually putting the 2 first on the 2 side pieces along the side, and then the other ones go on next. And what that does is when you start to assemble that, instead of having to match all these seams, they end up offsetting by the width of that piece there, and it really cuts down the number of matches that you have. And that's the whole purpose of why we rotated those, the way those sashings were put on. So our B round, the 2 small sashing pieces go on the left and right side, and the long pieces go on the top and bottom. And on these, the 2 small pieces go top and bottom. Round C is left and right. Okay? All right. Okay, so My color group A is the first bag, and my color group B is my second bag with these papers. And I'm actually going to work with the B group because that's the one that I set up for showing you how to stack. Actually, I showed you in both of them, so but let's start here. Pull everything out of this bag.
Another thing, if you're making the Tula Pink version, you'll notice you had small dots and stripes, and then there's the pom-pom, the big dots. The big dots all go in that B round. So if that's the version you're making, that's a good reminder of what goes where.
Okay, so I've already set up my colors, and I'm just going to lay them out again for you to see. So this is my, this is an AB paper, and the way the numbers are set up on this are different than the other sheets. So this is actually fabric 1, fabric 2, fabric 3, fabric 4. And this one is fabric 5, 6, 7, 8. And this one is 9, 10, 11, 12. And this one is 13, 14, 15, 16. So one of the cool things about this technique, because we did the 16 colors, it's actually a lot easier to stack it. Okay, so if I want to do all 16 of these, it would actually be 8 sheets. I would just have to grab those 4 pieces, the same with this. So here's my stacking order. I just stacked them from 1 to 16. There's no having to put pieces in between or switch anything, because we're only going to do one set of sheets at a time. So my very first sheet is going to have fabrics 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so I'm just going to take those pieces and put with this, but I have everything stacked together here, and so I'm going to, I don't know if I'm going to cut the whole thing out. I'm just going to do one set for you. So we'll just fold these back up for the other sheets. So this is fabric 1 through 4, and I'm just going to take this and we're going to cut. Now, if I was doing all of my colors, all 8 of these, I would stack all of the fabric number 1 together. So after I cut them like this, I would have to pull my paper clips off, and I would sort my colors. So I'm going to have white and white. We have white and white, and then we're going to have these colors. So you guys would have 8 of each one of these, and then you'd have 8 of this. And then those pieces are just going to be stacked right with that sheet. Okay. And then we would take the next round and we'd do the same thing. And notice that I'm not really worried about those strips being cut to the exact size, because they're all about an inch bigger than what you actually need. So then we'll take these and we'll restack, flip them over, and that keeps your number 4 fabric actually, this one was actually going to be number 8 fabric, and then this one is number 7 fabric. Whoops, wrong one. There we go. So we should have 5, 6, 7, and 8 with this sheet. So we're just going to pick up this group. Just put a couple paper clips on it. Then we're going to take the next one. So this one is fabrics, it's actually 9 through 12, so this is 12. This one's going to be 11. This is 10. And this is number 9. And then we take our last set of strips. Flip it over. And so this is color 16. Then we have 15. Then we have 14, which I have 2 whites, so I'm just going to go like this because they're the same color. And now we're ready to do that set there. And I'm going to take all of these, so this is, and put these back in order. And those are going to go back in my bag as extra pieces. And I'm not going to go through the sewing on these because the sewing is exactly the same way. The only thing that I did that was different was the stacking order of the colors, and the papers are different. Okay. So we're going to take this, I'm going to set these here, and then I'm going to get into this bag and show you what we have in this bag. So I've already sorted these out in this bag as well, and it's sorted exactly the same way, okay? And then you can see all of the different groups in this bag that I actually did not trim yet, but see how I have all the different color groups, and that's something you haven't really seen yet, but that's a whole set. And then if you look, those are my 4 papers, these are the 3 papers, these are the 2 papers, and these are the 1 papers. And if I put it together like this, basically I can see the way my star is going to look. This one is actually, I have to do it the opposite way. So this is my row 2, this is row 1.
You got it
Yeah,
turned to the, you have it turned 40 or 90 degrees. You have to just turn it again.
So this is section 1 on the bottom. This is section 1 on the bottom. And this one is section 1 on the bottom. And then this one should be section 1 on the bottom. And so it's not really showing up the way it's supposed to, but I know it's right.
Because you need to turn them 90 degrees.
Oh.
But anyway.
Oh, you're right.
It's
I
fine.
see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's fine. So you have a fat star right now instead of the big diamond. So.
And that's what will happen if you don't make sure once they're cut that you get them in the right order. Yeah. So, all right. So anyway, I know they're right because I've already cut and sewn half of them together. All right, so I'm going to put all of these back in a bag except for these 2 pieces and my sashing.
So the cool part is, even though we have the 3 different colorways, the foundation piecing steps that she showed you in the first block are the same to sew this entire quilt together. So it's just a very repetitive process, and also you'll get really good at it.
And you just have to remember, you do one color group and then go to the next. Don't try to do all 3 color groups at the same time like I'm trying to teach you. Just put yourself in a position where you do 1 color group, and then when that's all done, except for the sashing, then do the next color group. And then we come back, and now we're going to show you how we set up the sashing, and you'll be able to see visually what we're talking about. So I'm going to keep that sashing out. And then we're going to grab these papers, and this sashing goes with those. And this sashing goes with this one. And I believe this is my, let's see. Okay, so on page 10, the black sashing. Oh, this is something else I want to mention. If you guys color this in Quiltster and you have because you can actually have different color sashings on these as well. So you could do 4 of them in 1 color group, and out here you can put different colors out there, and the same here. So you don't have to keep all of your sashings the same in each round. So what I like to do is put the colors. I like to just tape a little piece of fabric of whatever sashing colors I'm going to be working with. So I have a couple quilts where we have 4 different color sashings on just 1 round, and it is kind of a cool look that you get, but you have to play with it in Quiltster to see that. So then you would just go in here and put that, and now you'd know how many pieces had to have the different color sashings on it. So on page 10, that's the A round, so that's working with this, and the A round and the C round, the sashing is sewn on in the same order, and the B round is reverse. Okay, so I have my A and my C, and this is my B. One of the things that when we set up all of these papers, you're going to end up with extra papers like this. Okay, don't worry about it. Use what it tells you, so read in your instructions and it'll tell you how many papers, which ones to use and to put onto your sheets. You should have 8 pieces underneath this. Okay, the strips are cut at 5 inches. The paper is measured to be, I think, 4 7/8 inches, something like that. 4 3/4 inches. So you have very little waste on both sides of that. So when you cut, you want to make sure when you stack these strips after you cut them, you got to make sure that it's very straight along this edge and very straight along this edge, because you're only going to have about 1/8 of an inch of space on both sides to clean that up. Okay, I like to take and put my paper clips along the two ends, and I put a paper clip on each one. That way my paper's not going to slip as I start cutting them apart. And I'm going to cut one apart for you right now. And this is for my C round, and it says C. The very last letter on this sheet says C. The very last letter on this one says B, and the very last letter on this group says A. So you have papers for your A, B, and C rounds. Okay, so I have this all stacked, and I did a pretty good job of stacking them. So I'm going to use my 1/4 ruler, my big one, to cut this, because this ruler will wobble on my paper clips. But the 1/4, the thickness of that 1/4 inch lip is the same thickness as my paper clip. So I can actually take this and balance my ruler on those paper clips, and I can clean that up. I'm going to pull on that just a little bit. Okay. So now I have a nice straight edge along that. So these pieces, they're not paper pieced, so they're cut to the exact size. So you have to be careful with your cutting on it. I call them a T template, and T template stands for traditional size template. So whenever you see T template written on something, that means it has to be cut to the exact size of the piece that the paper template that you're working with. I gotta move this paper clip over a little bit so I can get my ruler on there. So the only way you're going to be able to cut through those 8 layers of fabric is to have those clipped together like this. Otherwise that paper and your fabric underneath is going to move really bad on you, and now your strips will be the wrong size. So I am going to place it on cut line 1. So it's right here, and we're just going to get that all lined up perfectly with the ruler, and we're going to make the first cut. Okay. Then we're going to move it over to cut line 2. Now I'm going to have to move my paper clip over a little bit, and then we're going to move it over to cut line 3. All right. So after I get these cut, I have to cut the end pieces as well. And I'm going to take and move my paper clips like this. I'm going to slant those so that I can actually keep those flat and even. Okay. So now I have to clean off along those ends. So I'm going to place my ruler and I'm going to cut. And then it has a smart corner there. And I'm going to cut that smart corner. And then we're going to place the ruler. And then we're going to cut. Then we're going to grab the next one.
Oh, you're a little off the screen, Mom, where you're at right there.
Am I?
Yeah, so if you move, if you move everything.
Can you see it now? All you guys can
just
see
move that
is all
stuff
my
down.
junk?
Yeah, well, we can kind of see it, but you're right on the edge, so.
Okay.
There you go, that's better.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Actually, I'm not going to cut that. I'm going to show you guys some tricks here. Okay, so the way I cut all of these smart corners, that gives me what I call a directional piece, which means now I have to have every one of those exactly on the right side. And sometimes it's hard to tell in the pattern which piece where it goes as far as what the sew side is, because Bradley didn't add sew sides to these when we first did this pieces, because I thought, well, we can just flip them and put them on either side, but you really can't with the smart corners. And so we don't have any patterns that have sew sides on there. So did you go out there and show them where those are?
I didn't put a diagram. I didn't put a diagram out. I thought it would be easier to just tell him, put it at the top for now.
Yeah. Okay. So if you look at my papers, this is my section 1, I have a sew side. This is my number 2 piece, I have a sew side. On 3 and 4, the sew side's on the top of on the top part. The reason why that happens is because these are directional and they can only go on one side, all right? Remember I told you about that great little tool? If you use this tool, if you have one of these, it has a double smart corner right there. And if we put the double smart corner on every one of these templates, now it doesn't matter what your sew side is, they're versatile. They can go, it doesn't matter which one, whether 1 and 2 are here or 1 and 2 are here, as long as you're just working with the short ones. So I can lay this template down on there. Now you guys are going to want these, and I don't blame you because these are the coolest things. And I'm going to place that right there on that, and I'm going to match it up to my lines. Even though I don't have a smart corner printed on all of them, I can still cut one. The outside pieces do have a smart corner printed on a round one. So I'm just going to do a round cut on each one of them. And I just match up this line and this line with the cut lines on there. And then I'm going to cut that tip. So now I have a double smart corner on both pieces. I have a double smart corner on this. And these templates have been around for, I was using these back in the 90s, I think. So a lot of you probably have them stuffed in your closet somewhere, so you should look for them. Because I know when people start watching me and they go, oh, I have some of those.
For our YouTube followers, I don't know if Elise added a link earlier. She was adding them to several other, or to the Facebook page also, but I thought she added them here. But it's called the Marty Michelle, what is it?
Deluxe Corner Trimming.
Deluxe Corner Trimming Ruler. And then also, this isn't really relevant for those of you watching today, but the next time we print these papers, we're actually going to adjust those smart corners so that it's built in. So if you're happen to tune into this video like a year after we film it and you have the updated papers, you might have the, I guess, what are we calling them? The reversible corners on your papers.
They're a double-sided smart corner.
Yeah.
And they go on anything that's a 45-degree angle.
Yeah. So we just have all the papers already printed and we didn't put it on there. But after today we were looking at it going, we should just change this. So you might actually get a set of papers at some point in the future that shows those on there and is adjusted a little bit differently. So anyway.
Okay.
It doesn't make these ones wrong. It doesn't make those ones right. It just means there's a tiny bit more information on them for you.
I'm going to use my vacuum for a second because we have lots of little cut points there. All right. So now we have all of these cut. And this is my B group. And I'm just going to set these aside here. And this is actually a C group. So these are my B groups. I'm going to grab one of this. If I can get it out of there. There we go. And Judelle, if you want to grab those ones on the wall.
You just want all the blocks?
Just one of each of a A, B, and C group.
Here you go.
If you guys have batiks, it's really easy to flip these over. So that's where these little smart corner things come in. Your ruler, because you can just cut them and then you don't have to worry about getting them flipped over.
Betty says, the vacuum is so handy.
Yes, it is.
It keeps...
That's one of those paper piecing tools that's not on the list.
Yeah. But when you're dealing with lots of paper, it keeps you clean.
So here's my B group, and I'm just going to take these and set them aside. So I didn't double trim these, so this one goes here. This one goes here, and this one goes like this. All right, so you're probably wondering, how do I know that? Well, when I flip these pieces over right here, so your picture shows this. This is the right side up. And one of the most common mistakes that happens when somebody's using batiks is they pick it up and they just put it on there like this. Well, then when they sew it on, it looks like that and it's backwards. So don't make that mistake. This is right side up, right side up. Remember, when you sew, you have to sew with right sides together. So see how that flips over like that? And so this is the same. This is my right side of the fabric. This is the right side of the fabric. So I have to flip it over. And my smart corners match here, and then they match down here as well. Okay? So then let's just say this has actually been sewn on. Then these smart corners, when you flip them over, that one's going to match along that edge. This one's going to match along that edge. If you have the double smart corner, it doesn't matter whether it's this way, or you put it upside down. I mean, it fits. Okay, so it's a little bit easier to put together, and then these two would go like that. You see what I'm doing there? All right. So I'm going to actually glue these two pieces on to this one. And I'm going to put a little bit of glue here and a little bit of glue down there. And I'm going to match up both ends. Okay. So some of you are going to find that there's a little bit of fullness in there. So when you were assembling this is your paper piece unit right here. So this piece is probably going to fit perfectly. This piece, this side, I have a seam here. This is traditional piecing, and if my seam allowance is just a needle width too wide, then that's going to change the adjustment on this piece as far as the size is concerned. So what I want you guys to do is look at those. I want you to just lay it on there. If there's like a 1/2 inch or you're cutting off a 1/4 inch, then you need to maybe go in and change that seam and skinny that piece up a little bit, because that will affect it. Okay, but that would be caused because your seam allowance is too wide on these, where on the paper your seam allowance really can't be too wide because you're adjusting it according to the paper. Okay, so I'm going to take this one and put a little bit of glue on both ends, and I'm going to match it. And so when I match this side, I have quite a bit of fullness in there. So that's either caused from my fabric slipping in the cutting process of this piece, or my seam allowance is a little wide on here. So I'm going to pull it off, and I'm going to lay it on there, and I'm going to even that up and put a little bit of excess on both sides like that, and I'm going to sew it on so that it lays flat. All right, and if it hangs over a little bit too much, I'm okay. I can come in here and I'm actually cleaning off about a 32nd of an inch on that piece right there, so it's not going to affect it too much. And now I'm going to go to the machine and I'm going to sew a straight line. The other thing I want to tell you guys is I have just a little bit, like this piece is hanging over just a little bit, so it's stretched. So I can actually take this and I'm going to lay my ruler down, and if I don't want a shadow on there, I can actually just clean all those threads up along that. And all I did was just cut a sliver off of that piece that was sticking out. Now I have a nice clean edge there. And this one has just a little bit as well, just sticking out. Okay, and there we go. Now I'm going to sew both of those pieces on. And this, you want this to be a really nice 1/4 inch seam allowance. So don't get in a big hurry with it. Just do so. And the stitch length, you're not doing traditional or paper piecing, so increase your stitch length to what you would normally sew with cottons, fabrics with no paper. And make sure it's a 1/4 inch. my piece didn't stay glued on. So let's go back and put a little bit more glue on there.
Just for time reference, Mom, it's 3:58.
Okay. We're just about done with this set. And then we'll be in the border.
Mm-hmm. Someone said, I missed what size needle you use.
I work with a 70. Right. So I'm just going to do some finger pressing here since my iron's all ugly. And then we're going to do the same thing here. Okay. And this piece is going to be sewn on. Whoops, I flipped it over wrong. There we go. Right sides. And then it's going to come like that. So I think you guys understand now how you have to sew those on, okay? And this piece goes here, and I'm going to put it on there like that. And these match up really, really nice. And it's because I don't have to, my seam allowances are with my paper on those, so. Okay, and here's our finished piece for that B group, all right? So now I'm going to show you the A group. I'm going to take all of these. This is my B1. And I'm not going to sew this on, I'm just going to show you how it's set up.
The C group.
Or the C group. And it's actually the A and the C group are used the same one. So on this one, I'm going to put this piece on the top, this one on the bottom. So see, my short pieces are top and bottom, and my side pieces are left and right. Does that make sense now? So A and C are top, bottom, left, and right. And the B group is left, right, top, bottom. Just the opposite. Okay? All right. So this is an ABA. So that goes with this. So I'm going to clean up my table, and then I'm going to go get into cutting the border, the background pieces. And then we're going to do the border. Actually, I think we'll do the border first. Do you want to grab those borders off the wall?
Yes. The perfect borders.
They are.
everybody.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to show you how to do a perfect border. So, if you look at these, we have all of the stripes are perfectly done. I actually matched my, because I had to join my stripes. And in the instructions, Judelle tells you either sew white to white or black to black. And so what I did is I just folded these down right on the line here, and I'll show you. And then
hold on. I want to.
Am I not on?
No,
there?
I'm trying to give you a view that I should. Trying to figure out the best view here. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay. All right, go ahead. Now show them that detail.
So there's actually a seam right here. So what I did is I just set it up and I lined those up on my light table where I had black against the white. And then I sewed right down in between, and so you can't even see where we joined them. And it just works really good. Easy. So just take and put your pieces wrong sides together or right sides together and line up where the two colors match and sew a seam. So now we have, you can't see where we intersected or sewed any of those together. On the border, what I did is I cut my very first one, and in your instructions it says to cut them at 4 inches. Well, after I cut the first one, I realized that my repeat for these actually comes in at 4 1/4 inches on the dots. So if you're reading this video, or if you're watching this video and you're using the dots, cut those strips at 4 1/4 inches, because then you don't have that 1/4 inch piece that you have to trim off of every piece because everything lines up. So all of my dots, when I get done, they're all going to be, I'm going to have all my dots in the same place as I go around. So then the only place you're not going to be able to get a match, but if you pay attention to how you set this up, when this is sewn on,
move it to your.
I will in just a second. I can actually align this piece on my paper so that I'm going to have all black in my corner, and that just takes a little bit of checking before you actually cut those pieces, trim those pieces down. You can adjust that simply by using a light table. Okay, so I have about 1/4 inch there, and then that's going to get folded back, and now I'm going to have black in there. I'm not going to be able to get my black and white stripes to match. It's just not going to happen, because by the time I get them to match in the center, I won't get the corners to match, because it's just because of the way the repeat is on that, right? But there's your corner, and it's going to look really, really straight on there. Right. Now,
and these steps are only things you need to go through if you want to use the dots and the stripes, or maybe another sort of
long border
piece where you want to get, where, like, if you have numbers or anything that might need to be fussy cut. If it's a repeat that really doesn't show the, the pattern differences as you cut along there, then you can just cut them using the standard instructions and move forward. But she's going to show you the fussy cutting option, just because it's a little bit different. So.
Okay, so if you're doing the standard border, you have template pieces that you actually go in and cut, and then your foundation papers, they're actually separated like this. So you have papers like this. And so these template pieces just cut. So if you're using and you're piecing your border, that's basically your templates are going to match up to these papers there. It's very easy to follow the instructions. we're not doing that, so I'm just going to throw them away because I'm going to glue these together. Take these to a light table, and I have all my stuff on the light table, so I'm just going to show you how I do this. And we're just going to, so I'm going to put my glue, and then I need to match up the sew seam, not the edge there. So basically we're matching the sew seams up with each other like this. I'm not under the camera, am I?
You were close enough, but that's better.
Okay, so match up all your sew seams. So when I put this together, I'm going to have that piece. The top piece is going to overlap the bottom one by a 1/2 inch. And then I'm going to match that. So I have my glue on there. And then we're going to grab some tape, because when you start working with these papers, the glue's not going to hold them together. So just take and put a piece of tape on there. And then you're going to join the next one. Now notice that I have these trimmed right along the edge on the top and bottom, but I didn't trim the excess off on the sides because that gives me more to glue, more space there to match all those lines.
So someone asked, can you put the whole center together, then put the borders on traditionally? You can.
Yes, you can.
But the nice part about the paper is you get a nice even seam that whole length. The other nice thing is if
your stripes are going to come out perfect for you. This way.
And if you also follow the paper, then you don't have to build a Y seam on the corner. It all comes together, like you don't have to do like a mitered corner or anything like that. This you sew, if you follow the assembly piece directions, you sew it into sew the quilt into 4 wedge triangles, and then sew the border on, and then sew those final seams. So can you do it the other way? Sure, you can. And the other thing is you can make borders. If you do it the other way, you can make your borders as big or as small as you want. This is just the size that we picked, and we used the paper just to get a nicer seam along there and also avoid Y seams. So.
All right, so it takes one strip, 42-inch strip is not wide enough to go from here to here. So that's why we had to join our pieces. So what I did is I just came in here and I took the 3rd strip, cut it in half, and then I folded this back right on the line on a stripe. So I have white here and black on this side. And then I just come over here and I'm going to match it up. So I want to put this one right next to my black. And then I just opened it up and I put a little bit of glue on it so I know when I go to my machine where to join it. Now I can open it up. I take it to my machine and I sew right on that line. And I'm going to sew just inside the line so that where I'm joining, I don't have any, like if I didn't get it folded perfect, I won't have any black and white a strip in there from not getting it perfect, where it's supposed to be. So I'm just on the inside of my fold line. Now when I open this up, you can't see where I joined it. So that's how we joined the stripes. And then you'll come back and you'll just trim your 1/4-inch seam there. And then you'll press it. Okay? And I'm just going to do my finger pressing on it. And we're going to set this piece aside. and do those after you guys aren't watching me. Now I'm going to take this piece and I'm going to glue this on underneath section 1. Okay, so down here is my angle and this is my center. So I went to the effort before I started to figure out where to line all of these up so that when I trim along this edge, I'm going to have half white on the end and I'm going to have half white on the end here. So when I put that seam together, I'm going to have my seam falling right into that half white.
You might pull that down because the piece is longer than the table view, just so that they can see that.
Okay, so see, I'm just going to take and set that up to where it's half white. The reason I'm not trying to match white to black in the center is because you have a lot of paper piecing and seams all the way through this, and in CAD there's no discrepancy in size, and so the outside border, the inside, all fits perfectly. You guys have a lot of seams that you're going to vary your seam allowance on, and so when you get out to your borders, you're going to have to adjust that border just a little bit. So I just figured it'd be easier to make sure that I either was sewing all white in the center or all black right in the center. So I was just going to cut it right along one of those edges, and then I can play with the length of it. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this one right along the white, and I'm going to set that, overlap that by about 1/4 of an inch or 1/8 of an inch. Okay, and where it lands down here, it just lands. Now I'm going to take my repositionable glue, I'm going to flip my paper over, and I'm going to just run a little bit, 2 swipes of glue, not a lot, just enough to hold it on for a second. Oops, I forgot to put the tape on there. Remember I told you to use tape? That's why you use tape, is because it comes apart. I better put some tape on this one too. Okay. And now we're going to put this on. I'm just going to line that down up, basically down there. And I'm going to keep my stripes so I see about the same amount of stripes all the way along here. And I'm going to show you a shortcut, because I know Judelle wrote the instructions exactly how I told her to, which was to fold back on line 1 and use your 1/4 and trim. But I figured a cheating method last night, and I'm really proud. So I'm going to take some flower pins. We're going to put the flower pins here. Okay. Now I'm going to take this to my machine, and I'm going to stitch along my dashed line right here. Okay, and you don't have to watch me do that because I already have a sample for you. So we'll pin this out of the way. Okay, so here's a picture, and I stitched all the way along the dashed line, and this is what, and now you can see that stitched line on the back side. So here's the front side. It's all stitched right on the line. And on the back side, I have my stitch line. All right, so now I'm going to go over how to cut the dots before we add them onto this paper. And you do all of your papers just like that. And then we'll come back and show you how to sew it on.
So for those of you who have done one of our curved foundation piecing processes where she sews on the dashed line to give herself a basting stitch, that's basically what she just did there.
Yes, it is.
And it prevents having to deal with the
long
paper because it's really long and you don't have a fold template that's that long, and you don't have add a quarter rulers that are that long, so you don't have to like move it down the edge. And so anyway, that was a smart idea on her part. Yes. But it's not written that way in the instructions because she didn't do the first version that way.
Okay, so remember when I said I figured out after I made my first cut that I actually should have, if you cut it 4 1/4 inches, so every one of my repeats actually comes at 4 1/4. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim 1/4 inch off of this piece because this matches up right at that. I got to get to the right side. Matches up right at 1/4 inch with my dots. See what I'm saying? So what I do is I get my first one cut, and then I just take each one of these and line them right up with the dots. So all the dots are going to fall in the same place on every one of my strips. Now if you're doing fussy cutting with some large floral prints, you can do the same exact process that we're doing here. So I'm just going to start.
And we gave you a little extra fabric in the yard edge.
There's lots of extra.
So that you have room to do this sort of thing. And you only have to do this on the fussy cutting piece. If you're doing the other, just cut it.
Just cut your
according
pieces
to the templates and sew them on. And in that version, you actually sew the small pieces. You sew the pieces she all taped together. You sew all of those individually, and then you sew those together afterwards to build your border. So it's nice to work with the smaller pieces, but she's giving you lots of helpful hints here for.
Okay, so now I trimmed that 1/4 inch. Now my strips will match up perfectly when I put my dots on there. They all fall into the same exact place. So now I'm going to cut a 4-inch strip off of this, and I'm going to need my bigger ruler. And we're going to set it right at 4. So you guys remember, if you're doing the dots, do 4 1/4 inches, then you don't have to do that extra cut on every single one. And it really doesn't matter where you start if you do 4 1/4, because they're all going to come out the same, because that's where the repeat is. Oops. I screwed that up, you guys. I cut it at 4 1/4. All right, I have to go fix that. I'll do that tonight. All right, so here's a strip that's all done. So what I did is I took my strip and I glued it right along that basting line. Instead of folding back my paper, I just glued that all along the basting line. And then on the next piece, or I'm going to show you the next one, then we just go to the sewing machine and we flip it over and we sew on line 1. So what the basting line does is it's lined up here, sew line 1's here, so I end up with my, I'm right on the line. And when I'm done, when you flip it over, see how the stripe is sticking out there? Okay, so that's the way that's going to look on the back side. Now, to finish this, we're going to press it open, and I'm going to trim. And I'm also going to give you a couple little tips here as well. So, when I trim this, I'm going to just take my starch pen here, and I'm going to put some starch right along that crease, that fold line. And then I'm going to press that, finger press that, since my iron is messed up. I do this in class all the time too because I get tired of walking back and forth to the irons. Okay. All right, so now I have that pressed. Now I'm going to flip it over and we're going to trim it. So I'm going to trim the end off first, and then I'm going to trim the bottom.
One of the students said, I wonder about taking a skinny strip of bright colored fabric to put between the two to give a pop of color in the border.
Yes.
It's easy to
do
do
that. All she'd have to do is just sew on her sew line, and then use that and determine how wide you want to be on that. So that's the way I add those. Is I'll just come back and I'll stitch. So if I want like a 1/2 inch, then I'm going to stitch a 1/2 inch in here, and then I'll glue it on just like I did the same thing, and then press it back, and you can get those other little flanges in there. Okay, so now I'm going to trim my end piece. So the reason I'm trimming the end is because I want you guys to realize that if I trim this, if you cut these all at the 4 inches or the 4 1/4 inches, you don't necessarily have to trim along the top edge, so it'll give you a little bit more width there if you want your quilt to be a little bit wider. All right, so I trimmed them last night, so I'm going to trim this off. I have another piece that's setting here. These two are all done. I thought I had a third one. I don't. Okay.
A lot of people, that what she just said there, where you have just a little bit more on the edge. So we have the questions all the time. You have a quilt that's 99 inches or 100 inches and you want it to be king size. If you use that little trick she just said, you can add 2 inches to those outside,
to the outside edge, yes,
width edges, and get yourself, you know, if 2 inches gets you 4 inches on each side, 3 inches gets you 6 inches on each side. So if you want to make your borders bigger on these, it is pretty easy to adapt these straight edged borders to whatever size you want them to be, just by cutting a wider strip for your outside piece.
You just have to make sure that the part that you don't trim, where you add the length, is on the outside. You can't add extra on the inside.
Right. And then you just cut at a 45-degree angle and follow that seam out to make it bigger. So it's like, if you're going to talk about little ways to adapt the quilt to get a few more inches on each side of drop, that's a great way to do it.
Okay, so now remember, I have that excess fabric underneath here, and I don't want a wide seam allowance under there, so I'm just going to fold it back now, and I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to cut right along my basting line.
On the inside of it.
I'm just on the inside because I like to take the basting line off. So what I'm cutting is what's called a scant 1/4 inch line, okay? So I don't like the basting line on there, especially if I'm working with light batiks, because you'll see those basting lines when you start doing your machine quilting. On a heavy piece of fabric like this, you wouldn't see that, but I like to get rid of the basting line. That gives me a nice clean cut underneath it. And if I had a real dark to light fabric, I wouldn't have to worry about any shadowing, because I'm going to get it really clean, and so you don't have to deal with a shadow.
It also forms kind of a real, if you run your finger over it, sometimes it's slightly lumpy if you leave the basting stitch in. So we teach everybody to cut it out.
And note that I'm cutting the paper at the same time. So that's why I had to trim the paper all the way around. I had to trim first, and then I come back and clean off that basting line. And now when you flip it over, you have a perfect seam on the back. And now we can take all of these pieces of paper and we can get rid of them. And I'm going to tear. Remember, one thing I didn't mention is when I switched over and put this piece on, there's TRP lines along here. Okay, so the TRP lines are going to match up along your background pieces, right? So you pull this off, and then you're ready to sew it onto your quilt. I will tell you that if you're working with like fabrics that are real lightweight, there's really nothing wrong with leaving this paper on there until you get it all pinned in place. And the reason for that is because the lighter weight your fabric, the more it has a tendency to stretch on you. The other advantage to that is if you leave that little bit of paper on there, you don't really have to sew the TRP lines because they're on the paper, and then you would just take this and pin those TRP lines to the fabrics underneath, and you're going to be able to figure out whether or not you have to adjust the width in the center or adjust the width at the end. If it was mine, I would see where this was going to come together to make sure I had it meet the way I wanted, and then once I had that, then I would go adjust the end off. And so by leaving the paper right on this, it makes it a little bit easier to adjust the length to match your quilt, because it's not going to get flimsy on you. Okay, so I'm going to grab this piece right here. I think, is this the same one? Yeah. Do I have one that isn't? Yeah, this one's different. Okay, so this is how I would set up the center. Okay, so right now I have part of my black and white right in the center. So I would probably come in here and fold this piece back so that I could sew it right there. I can guarantee you that you're going to have to make some adjustments on the width of the border, just because you have so much piecing in the center and nothing pieced on the outside. So if you have to adjust this by 1/4 of an inch to get the center of your stripes to come together, then do it. Okay? Now, so that's how I'm going to do the border. So now I'm gonna just go over,
we're at 3:45, so we're at
3:45?
Okay. Well, not, the time is 4:33 is where you're at, so.
All right, I'm gonna go over how to cut out the background pieces, which are these pieces, very quickly. And I have that all set up.
Sandy said, this is a lot of info to take in at once. I wish the video was broken into sections. So it's going to be available to watch afterwards. So you can watch it, come back and watch it at your own pace, and even break it into sections and watch only a portion of it, and then another portion of it, and another portion of it later. So that's an easy way to get all of the pieces that you need. But it's really important for us to be able to do it in one shot so that we can get you all of the pieces that we need. We do have another project coming up. Well, we have 2 more projects coming, the final one in our Tula Pink series, and that one will probably have to be done in 2 videos because it's going to be more than 4 hours to do all of the pieces in it. And then the other one is called Pocket Full of Posies. So if you love these videos, you should watch for those. Pocket Full of Posies will actually be 5 or 6 classes. I don't remember what the number is, but that one is a lot more involved project than this one. So we look for 3 to 4 hours for our live streaming classes, and then we leave them so that you guys can get back to them. And if it's going to go longer than that, then we will break it into multiple sessions. So, all right, go ahead, Mom.
Okay, so we're going to cut out all of the pieces for the background. And this is on page 16 in your pattern. And what I want you to do, when you cut it out, I want you to leave about an 1/16 of an inch or an 1/8 of an inch outside the dark final cut line. All right? The reason why is because you have to sew TRP lines on this, and you're going to stack all your fabrics together and do one TRP line. And I'm going to show you how I do that. It's really an accurate way to do your cutting. But when you have a big piece like this and you have to cut one and then move it and cut it, you're never going to get those pieces not to shift under there. So having a little bit of playroom around each one of these before you cut it off really helps a lot. Okay, so if you look, you started out with 4 29-inch strips, and you have to divide those into 2 stacks. So I have 2 stacks of fabric here. Both of them are stacked right side up. If you look at the picture of the first one, that's all the left side, which is what I'm going to show you. If you look at the picture for the second one, those are all the right side pieces, which I've already cut out and sewn the TRP lines, and I'll show you how to deal with that. Okay, so I have to get 2 of each one of my template pieces out of this, and there's a layout showing you how to do that. But if you just start cutting and don't pay attention and you just cut and then cut another one, you could very well find yourself in a position where you don't have enough fabric. Okay, so you have to be careful when you see a diagram like this to show you exactly where to set those up. one of the things I like to do is cut all of my templates out, and then I use my left and right templates for placement. But what you have to do is flip your left and right templates. So you have, this is my left side template. So this is my right side template, and this is B3L, so I'm going to find this one. And I'm going to look at my picture, and so according to my picture, I have my B3L up here, and then I have to have another B3L down there. So what I would do is I would flip my other right side template and position it like this. So I have these pinned and sewn to the paper, but see how it's the back side of the template? And this just helps me get my everything placed, right? This template's going to fit right here. So the opposite one for that is going to be this one right here. So once I put that piece in, I can see that I'm too close here, so I got to pull that out just a little bit. Right?
Sorry, I can't get the whole view, everybody. The pieces are just so big, so
yeah,
maybe
I'm gonna
that'll
try.
help a little bit. So
then I'm going to take, so I have to find B4L, which is gonna fit just like this, and I'm gonna get that one set in place, move it up the best I can, and then my other B2L piece, see where that's got a set? So this one is going to be, see, if I just started cutting things out, I would screw up and I wouldn't be able to get that piece in. That's why I like to use both sides and just flip the right templates over, and that way we can see how to set it up. So this has got to set here like this, and now that means I have all this room here. I can move this one over. Okay, so play with these a little bit and make sure you're going to get them placed, and just flip the templates over if you have a left and a right side to make sure it's going to work. All right, after you get that done and you know that they're all going to fit, then you're going to take this, and I'm going to move this one down just a little bit because I have lots of room. So I have repositionable glue, just a little bit on the back, but not a lot. Don't put a lot on there. And then I pin them on so that I can get all 4 layers. And I don't want them to move when I start cutting. Okay, so I'm going to grab my rotary cutter. I'm going to move this one out of the way, and I'm going to cut my first piece. Remember I said you want to leave about 1/8 of an inch outside that cut line, and we're going to cut right along that edge. Okay. Now I'm going to finish cutting that because I have to move it and replace it with the other template. Okay. So this is my B3L. And I believe that this is the other B3L right here. So now I'm going to take this piece off, and I'm going to put this right here. And we're in good shape there. So now I can see that I can cut this chunk out. I'm going to give myself a little bit of playroom there because I have the extra. Then I'm going to cut through there. Okay. And now I can take this I'm going to move that, and I'm right on the crack of my board, so I have to make a few extra little cuts in here. And now I can stack these pieces, so I'm going to trim this one down because it'll be easier to stack. So just remember, as you're moving these around, that you're keeping them with all your right sides up. Okay, so I can come back and trim those off. So does that make sense what I'm doing here? I'm not going to cut all of these out because I really think you guys understand how careful you have to be with your cutting on those. And you can use both sets of templates to get your pieces where you need. All right. So I'm going to move on and show you a couple other little tricks, and I can cut these out later.
Someone said, how large is this cutting board? I'm not sure I have a big enough space to cut these out.
Well, you're gonna have to find a kitchen table then because you need the space. You have to be able to get this fabric laid out. So,
and if you need to,
I mean,
you could lay it.
This is just a cutting mat.
Yeah.
And so if you just put this on your kitchen counter or wherever you do your cutting, just it's gonna work for you. You just have to move it and slide it back and forth.
Yeah, and you could also lay it out on even the floor and pin all your pieces in place. And then once your pieces are in place, then you can cut between them. Just cut carefully.
All right, so I can actually fold this up now. All right. So I'm looking for this little piece right here. So if you look at these, we have TRP lines on there. There's 4 layers here. Okay. I'm going to actually take this to my machine and I'm going to sew through all 4 layers. If you have a machine that has a thread cutter, they work fabulous for sewing TRP lines. Because you just hit it and then it cuts your threads. Okay. So I've sewn all 4 layers together. I'm going to grab my scissors and I'm going to cut those threads off because I don't like to leave the threads just dangling because they get sewn into the seams when you leave a whole bunch of threads. Okay. Now, once I get the TRP lines sewn, I'll come back and I'm going to trim this right down to the exact size. I normally don't do this type of trimming right down to the exact size until I'm ready to sew these together. And the reason why is because if your fabric has any tendency to fray, this will give you a nice clean cut to start sewing with, where if you throw it in a bag for a year and then come back, all of those edges are going to be frayed a little bit. So this cleanup that I'm doing right now, right on the outside line, can be done right before I'm ready to start assembling my quilt. So I'm doing all 4 layers at the same time. And by having that excess fabric that I trimmed outside there, 1/8 of an inch, I don't have to worry about one of the pieces shifting on me because I've got the TRP lines sewn into it and it's not going to move. Okay. And then I'm just going to use my ruler. Instead of cutting the TRP lines the way it says to, I'm going to do a double cut on each one of those. And this will give me my little smart corners. And one thing this will do is if I was using batiks, and it doesn't have a right and a wrong side, this makes my left and right pieces basically the same. But if I have a right and a wrong side to my fabric, then I have to keep them all right sides up and together. Okay, so now this is where our little chalk pins come in. If I was using dark fabric, I would take my white chalk and mark right along that. Since I'm using white fabric, I know this is the back side because the paper on a tea template is the front side of the fabric. You put it onto the front side of the fabric, so that is your front side. So now I can just take this pencil here, and I'm going to mark right along that TRP line. Then I'm going to fold it back, and I'm going to mark the next one right along the fold. Then I'm going to fold that piece back, mark the next one, fold this piece back, and mark the next one. So what you'll find is when you pull the paper off, you're going to have those little marks on the front and back side of your piece. So I'm going to mark it here. And remember, this is a erasable pencil, so it's not going to come off. It will come off when you use your eraser, and these work really good. The eraser is really cool. And then we're going to do it again.
So every time we mark TRP lines or do them in the patterns, there's different ways we do it. Sometimes we have a template for every single piece, but in this case, that would require that you purchase 8 more pieces of newsprint in the pattern and increase the price. So instead, we have different approaches for adding the TRP lines. There isn't really a right or a wrong way to do it. You can choose your own method if you want. You'll learn, we have a few different ways people have suggested over the years written into the patterns. You can do it how you would like. This is just another way Judy is doing it to show a easy way to get the marks on the fabric. So if you do it different, or if you've seen an instructor do it different, or if Judy has done it different, because she has, it's all good. It's just a different, they're just different ways to get the marks on the fabric. That's what you're looking for.
And just think of it like going to town. Everybody takes shortcuts and different routes, and it's okay, all right? My biggest issue with TRP lines is the people who say, I don't sew them. Then you gotta have a big issue, because if you don't sew them or you don't mark them, then on a lot of our quilts, you won't even know how to match things up, especially when you get into the quilts that have a lot of curves in them, big veins. You have no idea, and it's all bias, and it's going to stretch really bad. So the purpose of the TRP line is to give you a spot where you can match 2 pieces of fabric on a long strip like this and know exactly where they have to match. And then that allows you to do your easing in between the TRP lines in the next spot. And so they work really well. And when you work with TRP lines, you will notice that your quilt starts squaring up and hanging really nice for you. All right?
And if you're new to it, I don't know that we spent a ton of time on it earlier in the video, but TRP stands for Transition and Registration Point, and we actually use a basting stitch to sew those in. So that's basically what she was showing you. And then they're there all the time for when you do your final assembly step, and they're really just about getting a better result. So
and on this pattern, you're not going to have a lot of TRP lines because you don't have the TRP lines in these parts because they're all small enough and they match from points to point. Where we normally have TRP lines is when we know we have to have a curve somewhere and it has to match perfectly. We have the TRP lines on the outside to help you get that border on and to help you with the adjustment on the border to make sure it's all going to fit. So if you have to adjust your borders, you're going to adjust in the center or the outside on these because we actually did it as one piece. But even if you're doing a piece border, you can't adjust on your on the seams because those are a bias seam. So if you piece the border on your and you have those sections of paper, you can't adjust there without picking the whole seam out and offsetting those seams. So it's either the center or the outside is where you have to do those adjustments. So
all right,
I think we're done.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want you guys to know that if you have an issue, you can go out to our support network and you can ask questions. And sometimes you're going to get answers from other students and they're going to tell you the best way they did it. Sometimes you're going to get answers from our certified instructors or certified shop owner, and they're going to tell you the best way that they would do it. And then if you're having issues and neither one of those, if they're certified instructors can't help you out, Judel's going to jump in and she's going to give you an answer, okay? After Judel jumps in, if you still can't get the right answer, that's when you might see me go out there and give an answer. And at that point, normally I figure that the only way we're going to help the student is that they're going to need my help on a personal basis. And so at that point, then I usually communicate with them through the cell phone, through text messaging, through pictures, and we work it out. So if you have problems, we will do everything we can to get you through it. And so don't feel like you just have to throw it in a box and put it aside, because I've seen every mistake there's been made out there. I've made every mistake that's been made out there. That's why I know how to fix them, okay? So give me a chance, give us a chance to help you if you need our help. But first start with the support network. Yeah, because there's a lot of questions that get answered before they ever come to me.
And that is a group on Facebook. So if you're not already a part of it, go join it. It's a really fun place to be for everybody. It looks like Elise just added the link for it right at the bottom of the video. So thank you all for joining us.
Yeah, we're gonna go home.
Oh, wait. I want to do one more thing here real quick.
Okay.
Hold on. I need to transfer you to another camera. So just in case you're wondering, I'm just holding the camera, but that quilt over there, that is called Geodes, and that's going to be our next Tula Pink series workshop. And it's the last of 4 that we did that were done live in this manner and are available on our YouTube channel and our Facebook page. So that's going to be the last one. The pattern will come out in September. I'm thinking that we might end up holding the video in probably January. And the part of the reason for that is because we're also doing a video for the Pocket Full of Posies quilts. And I don't have a picture of that, but you can see lots of those on our Facebook page. You can also go out and find the pattern on our website. And so if you like this format, those are the next ones that are coming up. And also next year we are going to start, well, in October, I'm going to release a Quiltworx box, like a subscription box series, and all of the subscription box quilts will come with video lessons as well in the same format. So there will be a little bit more that are going to be coming out, and hopefully that subscription box is a success. We're doing two options. One is going to be a big quilt that you can make in 4 different classes with Judy, and the other is going to be a quarterly small project. So watch for that. I'm going to start a group here very soon for the Quiltworx boxes, and there's so much cool stuff that's going to come with those. I got some great feedback on the support network from all of our customers there to try and make those boxes really what everyone wants to see, and I'm just super excited about it. So if this format of workshop works for you and you love this, there's more coming. So all right, thank you guys, and have a great 4th of July weekend. Oh, Judy wants to say one more thing. Hold on.
Do you want this quilt, or can we sell all this too? Should we sell it? If somebody wants it.
Yeah, so
I'm not going to finish all of the piecing on it, but I will finish the paper piecing, and then we'll sell it all, and then you'd have to assemble it.
Okay, so if anyone's interested in something like that, a quilt that's mostly pieced and you just have to do the finishing touches, please, please, please send us a email and send it to Judelle@Quiltworx.com, and the first one I get will be the lucky quilter, and we'll just sell it to you what we would have sold a kit as well. So that's a great deal because it'll be a lot done. Someone said, let's see, how do you sign up for the boxes? So what's going to happen is I'm going to have the group, and you can interact and converse with us on that. But in October, we're going to actually put on a page on our website with all of the options on it, and you can sign up for the options. If you sign up for the full year, you're going to get a Quiltworx strip set in the mail, which is a pretty awesome deal. But you can also just sign up for only the ones that you want to do as well. If you sign up for both the big project and the small project, then you get 2 Quiltworx strip sets. So because that's how it works. So there's going to be lots more details on that coming out on the Quiltworx box board. I'm hoping to start that here in just the next couple weeks. So watch the support network, our Facebook page, our newsletters if you're not signed up, and you'll start seeing more information about that. But the official sign up isn't going to happen until October. So anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Have a great 4th of July, and we'll see you again soon.
Bye.